Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. That was perfect timing, just as I was taking a drink. Good morning, my little couch potatoes. Good morning. Happy Friday. We've made it through a whole nother week. I swear, on Fridays, I think we need to do some parties just for making it through. Just making it through another week. At least I do anyway. Anyway, so hi, hello, welcome. We got another busy day for you guys today. We'll be finishing up the Lori Daybell trial because it was only 5 days. And we'll get to the verdict. So it'll be, a kind of chill morning over here. We'll get to hear Lori do her closing statements, which is going to be something, I'm sure. Good morning, Teresia. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. I'm a little tired today after the show last night. I don't know what it is. When I do the night shows, I'm still somehow wound up afterwards. I don't know why, because when I do it during the day, I'm just dead to the world by 5:30. So I don't really know why that is. But last night on True Crime and Wine Time, the lovely Captain and I covered the case of Thomas Sweat, who's an arsonist who is very confusing. All I'm saying is watch the way you walk, watch your shoes. It was weird. It was a very weird story, but Captain did a fantastic job putting that together for sure. And then this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern, the lovely Lady in Gray is going to come on and couch confessions with me and tell me all about her jury experience. So I'm very excited about that. That'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern. I told you, I'm a little today. Lady in Gray says, that was such a show last night. And don't wear shiny shoes. You're right. It was the shiny shoes and sleeping with them on your pillow. It was weird. It was weird, you guys. It was weird. So though, before we get into Karen, or I'm sorry, Lori. Oh, Karen, I'm so sorry for that. Oh my. Talk about a slip. I do have some things to share with you. So the first one I have to share with you is from Elbow Feet. He sent me this last night. And he was like, you got to show everybody. You got to show everybody. I was like, okay. But I was in the middle of a show last night. I was like, I'll just show it on Couch Court tomorrow. And before he left, he was like, you got to show this. It's like, okay. All right. I will. I'll show it. Oh, hold on. I don't know why I started.
This could have been 3 separate.
Okay, but it wasn't 3 separent. Let's go with what happened in the case.
But honey, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I've just been totally thrown by
I can
mistake.
imagine. I can imagine. I'm a little thrown by that also, if I'm being honest.
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just
Okay, well, go ahead. You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
The question here.
That's embarrassing. It looks to me like he's in appellate court. That's why there's 3 judges sitting there. I don't know what level of appellate court he's in, but for appellate courts, you are on a timer. The judges will interrupt you constantly with questions. They're pretty wild to watch if you ever get a chance to watch one, but you don't get to see them very often. But him calling the judge honey, oh, cringy. Oh, and it just threw him off for a loop. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing, right? Oh, I know, Lady in Gray. How awful for him. Oh, it was in the Colorado Court of Appeals. Oh yeah, there's a little flag back there. Now I see that. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Oh, cringy. So there's that. And then the lovely Angie found some more Karen Reed juror interviews, but these were done not on video. They were written up as like articles I don't know if they just didn't want to be on camera or what, but 2 more jurors have spoke out. Well, put it this way, a juror and an alternate juror. So I figure before we get started with Lori, I would read these to you guys because they are interesting. You guys want to do that? All right, let's do that. Okay, so the first one, and it's going to be very, very bright light. Okay, so sorry. So the first interview is with Jessica Macado. I don't know what her last name is, but Lady in Gray would share a lot of her in the courtroom jury tweets and stuff with us. That's who this is. Jessica M. I'm just going to call her that so I don't insult her. Jessica M. gave a lot of good updates of what was going on in court, and we thank Jessica for that. And I also want to thank her for this interview because it's very interesting. So this was her exclusive interview with Karen Reed, juror number 11. 10 questions with juror Paula Prado. And if I remember right, Jessica also said that she had a couple more interviews possibly lined up, which is interesting. Morning. Okay. So, well, I'll just read these to you. Okay. So let's start off with the most important question. Did you think Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe? And when did you come to that conclusion? She was one of the jurors. So this was not the alternate person. I don't know if I told you that yet. Anyway, so their answer was, to be absolutely honest, on the first day of trial, as I observed Karen's demeanor in court, I was very suspicious. It felt like she was hiding something. Her confidence gave off an impression of arrogance. But over time, I came to understand that I was looking at a woman who had already lost so much. The fact that she was able to remain calm, composed, and actively involved in her own defense became something I admired. I had doubts, of course. I was initially inclined to find her guilty, at least of manslaughter. But the more holes we saw in the case, the less I believed she was responsible for John's death. For the past 3 weeks or so, I became increasingly comfortable in saying she did not kill him. Wow. Oh, God, these are so insightful. I love when we hear from juries. Okay, so the next question is, did you feel that the judge favored either side in this trial? Paula said, I wouldn't say favored, but especially during the defense's case, I noticed a lot more of I'll allow it being said right after objections from the defense. I understand that certain words or facts can't be introduced, and sometimes attorneys try to get something in by asking questions they know will be objected to. Still, Dr. Russell, for example, was hard to follow due to the constant sustained objections from the Commonwealth. Ooh, we all thought that too, right? That was the one witness where, oh gosh, how many times did the Commonwealth object? Tons of times. And each one was sustained, like 100%, all of them. Was it like 100? No, I don't think it was 100. And then when Brennan was doing his cross, the defense would object, and she did not sustain many of those. So very interesting answer. It was like 60. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was definitely more than 10, as Lori Daybell would say. So there's another juror interview that didn't deliberate. Well, that might be the other one I'm going to read. Unless there's another one, which if there is, just let me know. So who was the most memorable witness in this trial? For me, Mr. Yuri Buchanek. That's right. That's right, Yuri. Okay. Because I was seated in the first row, I could see him clenching his fist a few times. It was very tense. ARCA was memorable for different reasons. They made a lot of technical information finally make sense to me. Did you believe the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm were caused by a dog? Yes, and I actually have my own theory about the dog's role in his death. Interesting. I don't see those injuries coming from a taillight at all. Plus, the lack of more injuries on his body made it really hard to believe a collision occurred. Did you know that the ARCA witnesses were first contacted by the FBI? Good question. She has some good questions she's asking them. No, I only assumed it was the FBI after one of the witnesses before ARCA mentioned another agency. What did you think of the video clips of Karen speaking in those documentaries? I think she wanted to speak her truth without having to go on the stand. Those interviews gave her better control of the narrative, and I also think it was a strategic move by her defense. Her alcohol use was an undeniable fact, and it was better for her to address it herself. Interesting. Did you feel like convicting Karen of the OUI was the right thing, or did you feel like you had to convict her of something? Absolutely not. The OUI was the only charge I strongly believe the Commonwealth proved. She said in several interviews, I was buzzed, I shouldn't have driven, my alertness wasn't where it should have been. And once we determined that the videos were admissible, I couldn't ignore that charge. Interesting. What witness did you trust the most? I trusted the forensic scientists from the Massachusetts State Police Lab, like Maureen Hartnett and Tess Chart. They worked with what they were given. I also believe Dr. Lapisada and Isaac Wolf, that wasn't his name, I forget what his name was, but this was the neurosurgeon guy, were extremely knowledgeable and stated their findings truthfully. What witness did you trust the least? Oh, this is a good one. Officer Kelly Dever. Her behavior in court made me question whether it's safe for someone who acts like that to be carrying a gun among civilians. Oh, wow. Yes. Wow. Okay. I agree. She was the worst witness ever, but interesting. How hard was it for you to be part of this jury for so long? How were you able to do it every day? I have 4 young children under my care, and I work from home on a contract basis. I don't have a large workload because I'm their primary caregiver, so it was fairly easy to manage their care with my husband and my extended family. I asked my father to help out as well, and he came from Brazil to spend time with us. Having this part taken care of, I was actually very happy to be part of this process. Did not mind leaving the house every day to help the judge, as my kids would say. Oh, that's so cute. Once I got into the routine of going to the courthouse every day, I honestly felt like I was reliving my old life as an attorney before I had kids. What? Oh, okay. Interesting. It made me think seriously about studying and learning more about American law. Okay, so maybe they weren't an American attorney. Maybe even working in the legal field again. It wasn't a burden at all, except for deliberation day when I felt extremely stressed and overwhelmed by the weight of our responsibility. What is something you would want everyone to know about this case or trial? I think I'd want to speak directly to the O'Keefe family. I was the juror who left the courtroom in tears, and it wasn't because justice had been served for Karen Reed, though I was happy for her and her family. I cried for Mrs. O'Keefe, Paul, and everyone in John's family. They did not get the justice they deserve. I understand they might not want to hear from us, but I want to make it clear that our duty was only to determine whether there was reasonable doubt. If there's any chance that Karen Reed was responsible for John's death, then blame the lies with the sloppy investigation that made it impossible to connect her to his tragic passing. Ooh, okay. We didn't fail the O'Keefes. The Commonwealth did. The police did. Oh, gosh, she's so good. Personally, I believe she's 100% innocent. But even for those jurors who still had doubts, none of us could say, beyond a reasonable doubt, that she did it. To Karen Reed's supporters and advocates, please keep pressuring the DA, keep standing against corruption, and above all, I hope we can still achieve justice for John O'Keefe. Oh, wow. Wow, that's fantastic interview, Jessica. Fantastic questions. And what was she again? Juror number 11, Paula Prado. Good for her. That was something. Hi, Wendy. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just reading some interviews here. So yes, also the juror that we watched yesterday with TMZ is the one who was asked to switch seats. You remember that when they had to like separate the jurors one day? We're like, what's happening? He was originally sitting closest to the witness stand, purported of smiling and stuff with another juror, which I don't know. I guess seeing him, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. But that is very interesting. So then there's another one, guys. There's another one, and then we'll get to Lori. So this one, not sure who this interview was with. Is it with Justice Served, Angie? This is from Twitter. So I'm not familiar with how Twitter really works, or X, whatever you guys want to call it. I don't really care. But so this is from juror 17, who was an alternate, and the note taker, right? The one that had all the like 5 notebooks or something like that. That's who this is. Oh, interview. Okay, never mind. I thought that guy's name. Never mind. So this is juror 17, alternate interview with John DePetro. Thank you, Angie. I see that now at the top. Interview with. I thought maybe that was the guy's name. But anyway, this is what, are we sure? Johnson DePetro. Are we sure that's not that guy's name? I don't know. Anyway, this is what they had to say. I was not a deliberating juror, so I can't speak to what the 12 deliberators were told. As for being an alternate, I have to confess to being very let down when Chem called my number. He called 3 other numbers before 17, and I thought I was going to get through. But what can you do? It's luck of the draw, and 6 of us had to be alternates. Oh, God, it'd be so salty, right? Oh, my gosh. So how would you have voted? I would have voted not guilty for all charges except maybe the OUI. I think she was drunk in the morning. They tested her in the AM, but that doesn't prove she was drunk when she left the bar, because she easily could have gone home and drank. How was Hank Brennan? Hank was very focused, very determined. He did a great job of crossing Sergeant Barrows. He definitely tripped him up and got him confused on the pictures. But at times, Hank came across as just rude. Saying over here to the witnesses was way over the line. And the thing with holes in the back of the hoodie, that really hurt his credibility. Well, yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Oh, so John DePetro is like the anti-Karen Reed's Turtle Boy. Okay, that's interesting. All right. All right. Thank you for that info, Buffy. How how was blue paint? It's how, but I think they should have asked house. House was blue paint. Honestly, my head was spinning. I thought it was a joke. I couldn't believe a forensic expert would do something so silly. All it did was demonstrate that if you intentionally put your bare skin against the wet paint, the paint will transfer to your skin. I don't know how anyone could think this was a smart thing for the prosecution to show. Well, they paid a lot of money for that, so they had no choice. What was wrong with the case? There were some glaring holes for the prosecution, to name just a few. 1, Hank kept portraying Karen Reed's statements at the scene as an admission, but that doesn't add up. If Karen admitted to killing a cop, why didn't any of the cops on scene arrest her, or even detain and question her, or put it in their reports? There's an officer down, and there's a woman yelling her admission for emergency responders to hear, but by coincidence, not a single cop heard it or thought to write it down. That's odd, right? Okay, good answer. Oh, and 2, no consistent explanation for injuries. No medical doctors could say that a car was involved. If he was on the lawn from 12:30 to 6 a.m., where was the frostbite? The state just ignored this. Why? I'm not a true crime guy. I don't know about other murder trials, but maybe you do, John. Is it normal for the state to charge someone with murder when their own medical examiner can't or won't call it a homicide? Is it normal for the state to not call the main detective? Now consider, is it normal for both of these things to happen in a murder trial? Common sense would suggest no way. That's massive doubt. Oh, good answers. Good answers. These jurors have some good answers. Hi, raindrops and feathers. Hope you're doing great, and I hope you're feeling better today. And if you're not feeling better, you can hang out with all of us, and it'll be fine. Okay, so there's more questions. What did defense do well? Defense did a good job of establishing reasonable doubt, especially with Trooper Buchanan. Oh, we got another Buchanan on. He was so defensive. I kept asking myself, why are the police so defensive and evasive here? And not just Buchanan. The question for us that does watch trials is like, yeah, why? Why is everyone acting this way? It's so suspicious. Yeah, so for they're a very smart jury, despite what some people are saying online. They are very, very smart. Good morning, Savage. It's almost like it made no sense, almost, right? Good morning. All right, so who were good witnesses? The scientists from ARCA were convincing, and when they were cross-examined, they didn't get defensive or snippy. Contrast with so many of the witnesses for the prosecution. Brian Loughran was maybe the most convincing. Oh, the tow truck guy, that's lucky. At least for me. I was born in Norwood when JFK was president and have lived in Massachusetts my whole life. I've shoveled more driveways than I care to remember. If there was a body laying on an inch or two of snow just off the road, there's no way the plow driver would miss it, right? Unless the plowed guy was drunk or had skipped his route. That's what I've been saying. And I don't even live in Massachusetts. That's why I couldn't believe they even brought this up to the people who live there as if they were like gaslighting them on the freaking weather. Goodness. Who were bad witnesses? Ooh. Jen McCabe. Too many things didn't make sense, especially she forgot who she called when those other agents asked her. Carrie Roberts, who kind of admitted to lying at the grand jury. She said she didn't do it on purpose, but still, it made me wonder, why is the state calling someone who lied at the grand jury? The Boston cop, Dever. She didn't want to answer anything. Haha. It's kind of funny in hindsight, but at the time, it made me think, why is a policewoman so reluctant to say whether or not there were cameras at her police station? Boy, I am glad that Devers made such an impact on the jury because it is crazy. How were the Karen clips to you? I didn't give them much weight. The police didn't do anything with her contemporaneous statements that morning. So what would years later, in my opinion? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, whatever. How do you think John died? I don't know, but what I do know is that the state could not back up their theory. For heck's sake, Hank even said something like, "We don't know what happened, but we have a good idea." I wrote that down at the time. I thought, yikes, we have a good idea? The state needs more than a good idea to convict for murder, right? That was an ocean of reasonable doubt to me. None of the injuries added up with the state's suggestions. If he had been drilled by the car, he should have more injuries. If he was just clipped and spun around and stumbled and fell on the lawn, then he wouldn't have fallen hard enough to crack his head open. They never reconciled that for me. They seemed to just leave it open. Like maybe it was a combo of these strikes, and then there's the marks on his arm. To me, it's extremely unlikely that you could get such parallel lines in the chaos of a shattered taillight. But most of all, how could there be no trace of John on any of the pieces? Dozens of taillight pieces, scratched, gouged skin, yet not a single taillight piece had any human material on it? More doubt. Hold on, next page. More doubts. It honestly would have been more believable if they said Karen got out of the car with a hammer and attacked John. The claw parts of the hammer could have made those arm marks, and the ballpoint could crack his skull. Very interesting. Lexus data backing up. This person didn't do a very good job asking their questions, but okay. I wasn't sure what weight to give the Lexus data. Example, the 75% accelerator pedal. Interesting, yes, but there is no definitive time linked to it because of conflicting theories of time drift. And speaking of drift, oh gosh, you guys. And speaking of drift, Mr. Burgess's graduation date drifted quite a bit. Man, that was tough to watch. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Oh, cell phone temperature for John's phone. State essentially said maybe it was under John's shoulder outside all night. Defense said maybe it was in a garage from 12:30 to 5 a.m. Competing maybes equal doubt. Hank said she backed up, hit him, and left him. Why was he wrong? We never got any real evidence of a collision. Again, no medical doctor said he had injuries consistent with a vehicle strike. Yes, Hank said she hit him. Okay. But Hank's statements aren't evidence. Lawyers say lots of things. Can't take what either side's lawyers say at face value. What did you think of Dr. Wolf, the brain surgeon? Super accomplished guy, very slick. Made me think of the Rat Pack cavorting in Miami. Didn't help prove a collision, though. And those are the end of those two interviews that came out. Oh, that's funny. Shot fired at Burgess again. But it's interesting that both, sorry, my eye is just being like weird. It's very interesting that these two jurors both saw problems with Buchanan. Imagine what they would have thought about Michael Proctor. Oh man, I wish they would have seen it. And Devers. Devers for me was also the most shocking testimony of the whole thing. The whole thing. Burgess is gonna stick his head in a hole now. Oh my gosh. Maybe. I thought that's what disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor would do, but no. Instead, he was on 2020, which I have not watched yet, but I'm going to this weekend because Savage. Notice that a chupacabra attack has not been ruled out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Dr. Lapisoda, Sada, was very phenomenal. Devers and Buchanan could be put on the Brady list. I mean, yikes. Yikes. I think those are really educated. They paid attention. I know. Did what they say go along with what we've all been saying? Yes. But see, that's what caused me a lot of concern is because, these are people that aren't us who watch trials for funsies, but even as they're sitting here in court, they're like, this can't be normal, right? This isn't real life. And I think that's very, very interesting. And I hope that now some jurors have spoken out, that maybe more will as well. I appreciate the people that are just answering questions this way, as opposed to an interview. And I think Jessica particularly asked some very good questions. Because, when they go on TV, there's only so much time that they can talk on TV because of ads and all that sort of stuff, right? So they get asked really the most basic, simple of questions the majority of the time. And you're like, okay, well, that didn't really tell us anything, but okay, neat. So it sounds like several have reached out. I mean, I probably would and be like, did you all see this too? Like, I'd be wanting confirmation from everyone that what we came to and what we witnessed, like everybody else saw it too, right? We all did. Excuse me. AJ did an interview too. Oh, on that one X coverage guy. I forget. I'd watched like a whole 2 minutes of it. Because I had to do some other stuff. And boy, he is not like Judge Bev. He is not like her. Lady Gray says the Petro was probably disappointed in the answers he got. He was definitely a believer in guilt. I mean, if that's the case too, I mean, here you go. You got all these jurors the same thing. And the people that are insulting their intelligence, calling them low IQ. Did you go see the trial? Like, did we watch the same thing? I don't know. One last thing to tell you guys. I'm so excited about this. I don't know exactly what time it is tonight. I forget what time Runkle goes. But anyway, so one of my favorite lawyers on LawTube is Ian Runkle. Runkle, if you don't know him, he's one of my favorite. He's a Canadian lawyer. And whoever, I forget who said it because it's so early in the morning, but whoever keeps saying that Trina is an elf and the Lori Vallow Daybell, I assure you, I'm convinced that Ian Runkle of the Bailey, is an elf. He definitely looks like he's straight out of Lord of the Rings, which I'm complimenting that. I think he's awesome. He's this long white hair. Just, if you don't know him, go watch him. I love that guy. But tonight on his YouTube, go follow him, give him likes. He's amazing. He also does other stuff. He likes to play D&D and do like leather working. He's a very cool guy. But tonight he is going to have an interview with Alessi and Giannetti tonight on his show. And I am tuning in for that. I can't wait. I think his channel is what? Runkle of the Bailey, I think is what he... Logolus. Yes, that would be him. He hunts too. I like to think he uses like, you know, bow and arrows or something, but he doesn't. Yes, Runkle of the Bailey is the name of his channel on YouTube. Go over there, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm so excited to watch this interview tonight. I don't know what time it is because I didn't see his channel. I just saw a thing. So I'm sure somebody will fill us in the chat. But it's tonight. Probably 7 or 8 is usually when he goes. 7, 8 my time is usually when he goes on, but I'm not sure because sometimes it's just like, when are the lawyers available, and we'll just do it then. So I'm so excited about that because I didn't really get to watch anything after we were done here with Karen Reed because I would just need like a huge brain break. And so I haven't been able to watch any of my favorite, lawyers talk about it and all of that. I know some of you just literally watched up 24 hours a day, but I couldn't do that. And so I'm so excited to watch this interview. Speaking of interviews, remember at 1 p.m. Eastern today, me and Lady in Gray are going to meet up on Couch Confessions and talk about her jury duty experience. And it's going to be pretty good, I think. I think it's going to be great, actually. But all right, let's see. Let's finish up Lori freaking Vallow Daybell so we never have to hopefully hear her stupid case ever again in my life. Because she's the worst. By the way, I do still 9:30. Oh, okay, fine. I'm a very tired lady. Very tired lady. So 9:30 Eastern is what you see on his thumbnail. Okay. I mean, that because I think he's on the western side of Canada. I forget what those provinces are called. I know there's British Columbia, but there's another one next to that. Is that Alberta? I think it might be Alberta. 7:30 for you, Angie. I know, right? I hope they're on there for a while. I think they will be. If not, I'm sure afterwards, Runkle will talk until 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyway, let's get going with freaking Lori Vallow Daybell. And if anyone sees any other like juror interviews, whether videos or written up, like I just read to you today, send them to me. I want to read them or listen to them on here with you guys when they come out. You can email them to me at Tara, T-A-R-A, at tcwtmedia.com. Or if you're on Discord, you can just DM them to me or put them somewhere. Because I hope more speak out over the weekend. Yep, there you go. You can send them to the middle one, Tara, because my name's not actually Llama. As a surprise to all of you, I'm sure. Okay, so I do have a connection error. If this is crap, please let me know, chat. Okay, I've been told it looks perfectly great for you guys, but not for me. So I've been freaking out a lot about it. So let me know if it glitches or whatever. Good morning, Polly. Good morning, babe. Hope you're doing great. You're not good at time zone math, but he lives closer to you than me. Oh, yeah, I think he lives over by that part of Canada. Okay. All right, let's go, shall we? I need to do this. Oh, I need to make a new banner. I need to do that. That's okay. I'll do that while we're waiting. And we're on day 5. Day 5, save. Okay. All right. Where's my big one at? There we go. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to change the banner at the top while we get started. Wait, are they talking? No, they're not talking yet. I love how... Maybe they are talking. No. Okay, they're not really doing anything. I feel like they're...
Check that she's... Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Okay.
Jury in.
Yes, Your Honor. I would also like to include the letter from Tammy Lachik that she's unavailable to testify to be admitted for appellate purposes as well.
What, is it marked?
I thought I had a copy. I will get a copy to you guys.
All right, we can mark it, and once it's marked, we'll take that up.
Okay.
No, that's a different one. Okay, let's bring the jury in. You want to get your witness ready?
Yeah.
Do you have one in your
So bright.
I never saw it.
It looks and sounds good. Thank you, Angie. Your profile picture. Oh, you're hilarious. It's going to be a hard day. Okay, what page is that? Page 3. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right.
Jurors can be seated when they get to their chairs.
But I changed it.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Call Special Agent Nicholas Balance.
Sir, you're going to come up right here in front of my clerk, and she'll swear you in.
Hello. You can state spell your first and last name.
Oh.
You just solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Up the round the court, up the wrist.
I hate all those paper noises. Okay.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Balance.
There we go.
Last name spelled B-A-L-L-A-N-C-E, and I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked with the Federal Bureau of Investigations?
Since
Ooh.
June of 2016.
FBI.
What are the different jobs you've held while working there?
So I've served as a special agent as well as a period of time as a supervisory special agent. And currently I'm assigned to the Salt Lake City Division and work out of Boise, Idaho.
This witness isn't supposed to be on camera, so we're
Now,
not
prior
going
to
to see him. if
becoming
I
a
remember
special
right.
agent with the FBI, did you have other law enforcement experience?
I did. I served as a deputy U.S. Marshal for 9 years prior to working for the FBI.
Now, as an agent with the FBI, have you been serving as a cast field asset?
Yes. So I'm a member of what's called the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short. And it's a specialty that utilizes cellular records as a part of investigations, trying to determine where a phone was whenever that has any significance to a criminal investigation.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been certified since October of 2019.
When you were working for the U.S. Marshals, did you do any work with cellular phones there?
I did. I was assigned to locating fugitives for a significant period of time with my career with the Marshal Service. And so I was able to use cell phone records to aid in locating fugitives successfully on several hundred occasions.
Can you tell us the education or training that you have to become a cast member?
Yeah, so for the FBI with CAST, it starts with an application process where you would express interest in getting into the program. And then there's multiple trainings that you would go through before you're considered certified. It would start with our basic course, which is a 2-day course. During that course, you're looking at cellular theory and discussing the different cellular providers that, the major ones in the United States, and looking at records and putting those records onto a map. If you complete that successfully, you would go to our advanced course. In the advanced course, it's a little bit more in depth than basic, talking about some of the same topics, but you're also provided practical tests that you have to turn in, and then those tests are graded. At the conclusion of the advanced course, if you complete that successfully, you would go on to our what's called CIRA. It's a 3-day course, or was when I went through it, and it's our critical incident readiness exercise. So as a part of that training, there's no instruction. You're just presented with problems and practical scenarios that you would have to go through, map out records, and reach a conclusion. And it's supposed to simulate like a command post style environment where you're getting information rapidly as a part of the training in a short duration. If you complete that course, you would go to our 4-week certification, and that is extensive classroom lecture that includes radio frequency professors that are teaching about in the field of radio frequency. We also get instruction from the major providers in the United States for the cellular industry, to include their engineers as well as their subpoena compliance personnel. On top of that, we have a practical exercise that's assigned to us that we have to work from beginning to end, that culminates into testifying at the end and presenting a report and being challenged on that report, both by prosecution and defense that are simulated role players. At the conclusion of all of that, you would be considered certified as a member of CAST.
Do you have any annual recertification types of trainings to remain active as a cast member?
Yes, so we have to complete a certain number of record analysis during that each year. And on top of that, we have a one-week certification conference that we attend each year that includes updates from the major providers in the cellular industry, as well as updates when it comes to the field of cellular technology from radio frequency engineers. And that's each year that you're in the program.
Okay. Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of cellular analysis?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And as a cast member?
Yes.
In this case, were you asked by the Gilbert Police Department to analyze some cell phone records?
I was.
Were you provided with cell phone records for a Lori Vallow for a 480, 489, 4652?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you provided with cell phone records for an Alexander Cox for the phone number 480-351-9120?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And were you provided with track phone records for a cell phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls, Idaho, with a phone number of 304-960-5998?
For that one, I was from Track Phone as well as from Verizon.
Okay. Were you also asked to include or analyze some Google historical location data associated with a Google account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you tell us what is historical location data?
Yeah, so Google offers a range of services with their products, and one of those being location history. So if you were to opt into location history on your Google account, what that would do is Google would maintain different locations that the device that's reporting that location information where it was historically. So if the user has that active, it would depend on the specific phone that was relaying that information to Google. So as an example, if I have a Google account and I have 3 different phones, I could access that Google account from all 3 of those phones. But if only one of them I've opted into location services, then any of the location history that Google maintained would only be associated with that specific phone for the location of where that phone was.
But the data overall from Google, they might provide information from all the devices, though, in terms of like searches that were done.
Correct. And again, it depends on how the user has their account set up with what information is going to be maintained by Google, specific to the many different products that Google has and offers to a user.
Okay. Were you asked to look at a specific time frame?
I was, specifically late September into early October in this case.
Did you create a report to help explain your process and explain the analysis of these cell phone records and these Google records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And because it's on a thumb drive, I'm just going to share the first page to you. And it's 189, if I can have my paralegal. Does that look like your report that you created in response to the request by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
State will move to admit Exhibit 189.
Any objection to 189? All right, 189 submitted.
If I may publish.
PowerPoint time. Oops. Good morning, sunny days. Good morning.
So starting on the first page of your report here, what did you include here for us to understand as part of your analysis and review of devices and phones?
So this is basically the cover sheet that I would put on all my reports, and it's showing the specific accounts that I did analysis for. So in this case, the 3 telephone numbers are listed at the top, one ending 4652, one ending 9120, and one ending 5998. Additionally, in this case, since I analyzed Google location history, the account that Google location history was associated with is listed. That's the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
What a stupid email.
The specific dates that I conducted analysis for, which in this case were September 25th, 2019 through October 3rd of 2019. The date that I completed my report, case number associated with the report with the FBI, and then my name.
Hi, Amy Beth. Good
Now,
morning.
you were provided these records that from the Gilbert Police Department for these cell phone numbers. Did that include information like subscriber information?
It did, yes, ma'am.
So the 480, 489, 4652, when you reviewed those cell phone records from Verizon, did that show subscriber of Lori Vallow?
So it did not. It was subscribed through TrackPhone. So the name was not Lori Vallow, but there was an email address on the subscriber sheet associated with her.
Okay. The 480-351-9120, was that as a Verizon record? Did you receive the Verizon or the TrackPhone records?
I did, and that was subscribed to Alex Cox.
Okay. And the 304-960-5998, was that Verizon or TrackPhone?
So it was subscribed through TrackPhone.
When we're talking about TrackPhone and Verizon, and you talked about sort of major companies, how do those all interrelate?
Yeah, so when you're looking at cellular providers, you have two different categories looking at kind of from a wide perspective. You have companies that have infrastructure, like cellular towers that they maintain throughout the region that they provide service to. So Verizon is one of those companies. They have cell phone towers throughout the United States. When you're talking about TrackPhone, they're a mobile virtual network operator, which is basically means that they don't have cell phone towers, so they have to lease space with another network in order to provide service to their customers. So TrackPhone, specifically in this instance, was utilizing Verizon for the number ending 5998 to provide service to that customer.
Okay. And the Google records that you were provided for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com, did that provide subscriber information?
It did, and that was associated with Alex Cox.
The second page of your report, what is this telling us about in terms of your analysis and explanation?
Yeah, this is basically just explaining the methodology of how I created this report and the process that goes into place in order to take records from a provider like Verizon and then put those records onto a map. Again, this is the methodology of how that would be done.
The third page here, one of the things that stood out was the time. We've heard about universal time.
Oh boy, here we go with time math.
When you are looking at most or all of these cell phone records, were you provided the times in universal time, UTC time?
Yeah, so depending on the provider or the company that's providing records, kind of the biggest difference that you'll see in the different records types is a lot of them will provide records in different time formats. So specific to Google, they provide their records in what's called UTC time. And so that's just a time standard to where if you wanted to do the conversion and see what time that was in the area where you're at, you would have to do a conversion depending on what location you were in order to get it into the local time.
So when you were mapping these cell phone records and these Google location device records, were you converting them for the purpose of your report into the local time, either Arizona or Idaho?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So while we're going through your report, all of those times will reflect either Idaho or Arizona, depending on where we're looking at.
Correct, and the report will reflect those times as well.
What do we see here, and what is this explaining to us?
So just to talk briefly about how cell phones work and kind of how we're utilizing the methodology that I spoke of to map and estimate where a phone was historically. One of the things that we look at is how far a cell phone tower provides coverage to. That's usually one of the major questions. So typically a cell phone tower density map is going to look very similar to a population density map. So here we're looking at the city of Phoenix, and as you can see, there's a couple of towers in downtown Phoenix and in the urban areas of Phoenix. Those towers are going to provide coverage to a much smaller area due to the number of users that are needing to access a particular carrier. As you get more to the rural areas, you can see that those towers are more spread out, and towers in rural areas are going to have a larger coverage area just because there's not as many people in those locations.
Okay. And what is this page 5 reflecting?
This is just an example of what cell towers look like, not to insult anyone's intelligence, but if you look at the second tower from the left, traditionally back in the day, that's what we saw cell phone towers look like. Now there's more of a push to make them more aesthetically pleasing. So as you can see, like with the cactus, that's actually a cell phone tower, trying to disguise it so it's not looking like you have
That's a cactus?
all this different metal around an area.
How big is this tower that it's a cactus?
Page 6, what is this explanation for us in terms of what we've seen through your
I want to
analysis?
see it be a cactus.
Sure. So whenever I'm mapping a estimated location of where a phone was, I'm looking at a traditional tower has 3 sides. So if you look at the graphic on the left, you're looking at the tower itself, and then there's 3 sets of antenna facing 3 different directions on the tower. So if you look at the graphic on the right, that's looking from the top down. And so the cell tower is pushing out coverage kind of 360 degrees. But what providers do is they put different sets of antenna on that tower in order to optimize their network and divide that coverage up into different sectors. So whenever I'm looking at a call detail record and I'm seeing a particular call that might be of interest to an investigation, I would then look at the tower and sector that was used. So that way I can plot that tower onto a map and I can see what direction from the tower that specific sector is providing coverage to. So again, this is a traditional tower, but it's divided into 3 equal parts with sector 1, 2, and 3. And in my tower list, I'm able to see the tower that was used, and I'm able to see what's called an azimuth, which if you're not familiar with that, it's basically just showing me what the center line of a sector, what direction it is coming from the tower. So if you're looking at this particular graphic on the right, you can't see the 0, but it starts with 0 and goes all the way around to 360 degrees like a compass. So the center line of sector 1, that azimuth would be 0 degrees. Same thing with, if you look at sector 2, the azimuth on sector 2 would be 120 degrees. So that azimuth allows me to estimate the location of where a phone was in relation to where that tower is.
All right, so this information of the tower sectors and azimuth, was that included with the cell phone records that were provided to you for those 3 phone numbers?
So it's included in a different file, but all of the different cellular providers that have towers throughout the United States, they have what's called a tower list that they update pretty regularly, at least every few months or quarterly. So in conjunction with the call detail records that show me who was called, at what date and time, what tower was used, I can marry that up with the tower list, and then I can have an estimate of where that phone was whenever it had that specific interaction with the network.
So someone like Verizon will provide you with, for that specific phone number, calls made and what tower they're using, and then you're able to then get the location of that tower from Verizon to map it.
Correct. If you think about, and everybody can still do this online, but back in the day when you had your cell phone, each billing cycle, you would get that bill in the mail. It would be fairly thick because it included all the different calls that were made on that account. And so the call detail records are very similar to that. We can see the date and time. We can see that it was a voice call. We can see the direction, if it's incoming or if it's outgoing. We can see the associated number. But what you don't see on that bill is the tower information. So the call detail records that we obtain as law enforcement, they include those columns, and those columns allow me to know at a specific date and time this tower and sector was used, and then I can marry that up with the tower list and provide that estimated location of where a phone is.
Not tonight, sunny days. For us,
So what do we see here on page 7? We have a legend for us.
Yeah, so this is depicting how I'm going to display different pieces of information on my report. So starting at the top, you're looking at Verizon towers are going to be represented with red dots. That's going to be important because when I talked about before, where you're looking at the density of Phoenix and towers are going to provide coverage to a smaller footprint in an urban area where there's towers close by, it's important to note where other towers are in relation to the one used. Because typically what we see is that a tower provides coverage to the next tower. So that's what allows me to estimate the coverage area of a tower and sector that was used for a particular.
Sorry, real quick. Actually, I have a correction to make. Tonight on Runkle of the Bailey, Alessi and Yanetti's first live interview is going to be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So you guys can do your own time math. But it's at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, not 9:30. And if you want something to watch tonight, sunny days, go find Runkle of the Bailey on YouTube. He's one of my favorite lawyers on YouTube. But he's going to have the lawyers on tonight for an interview. So, sorry. Just didn't want to talk over FBI guy.
For interaction.
There we go.
Next, we see how we would represent the tower and sector. So the blue, black, and the red are going to be the 3 different phones in this case. So if you look at the blue, that's representative of a tower, and then the direction from the tower that sector is facing. So the blue graphics are going to represent the phone number ending 4652. Black will represent 9120, and red will be representing 5998. Additionally, you see to the right the call information box. So whenever a phone has an interaction, you have that line in a call detail record, just like I talked about on the phone bill. I'm going to represent that particular call with the information that's provided from the carrier here.
It's okay.
So you'll see the tower information at the top, the target number that is associated with, so what record that particular line came from, what account.
Exactly.
The date and time, direction of the call, duration of the call, type of the transaction, the word I mentioned earlier, azimuth, which gives us the direction from the tower that specific interaction took place, and then the associated number. And then additionally to the left, you'll see a call information box where there's data interactions between a phone and a network. There's less information there, but you'll at least see the date and time and the direction from the tower that sector faces.
Okay. So these are things we will see in the mapping that you did for this case.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Oops, hold on. All right, page 8.
So I just spoke about how I would map cellular records. This is a legend to show how I would map Google location information. So I talked a little bit about Google derives their location information from
I think it's their first interview talking since the
different data sets. And so Google can estimate a location of a device by locating it via the GPS chip within the phone. It can do it via Wi-Fi as well as cellular. Specific to this case, we're only going to talk about locations that were derived via GPS and Wi-Fi. And so that's the icon that will be representative of that specific location line in the Google return. You also see a margin of error, which is showing Google in each specific line where they locate a device, they provide the estimated margin of error associated with that specific locate. So there will be a circle around the specific locate on the map. And then also, depending on if it's only a few locations, you'll see the information box with the specific date and time. If there are significant number of records on the same map, it would be very difficult to read to put every single information box associated with each line. So you'll see a summary box, which is going to include the number of records that are represented, as well as the margin of error associated with each record and where it was sourced from.
Nice.
I'll also point out here that I know I mentioned it before, but all of the Google location history in this case is going to be reported from the device ending 9120.
All right, so the 9120 number is the phone associated to Alex Cox, or subscribed to Alex Cox.
That's correct.
So whenever we see Wi-Fi or GPS, it's from Alex Cox's cell phone.
Correct.
Now, you talked about a margin of error, and we see on page 8 here the R14. Can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, so if I were to map a latitude and longitude that Google provided onto a map, they also provide the margin of error. So I would place that icon on the map, and then I would look at the margin of error column. So it's represented by R and then a number, And that 14 there, that means 14-meter radius from that mark on the map. The radius would be 14 meters, and then draw the circle around at that 14-meter radius. That's the margin of error that they're reporting.
So does that mean if you are told that the phone is at this GPS location and there's a margin of error of 3 meters, that the phone could be anywhere within a 3-meter diameter of the spot?
Yes, and that's how Google's reporting it, so that's how we're mapping it.
Okay, and so when we see the circle that's shaded, is that your depiction of the margin of error that was provided by TracFone or by Verizon?
So that's the margin of error provided by Google.
Google, sorry. All right. And so again, we will see those icons and those circles for the margin of error for the Google records on your mapping.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see here in this legend?
So these were addresses that the investigative team provided to me that were of significance to this investigation. And so it's got the address associated with each one, but when I represent them on the map, it's going to be utilizing the icons to the left.
So you had Brandon Boudreaux's address on 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona as one of the places for you to have a point of interest?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then 2 different units at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 and apartment 107.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then a self-storage plus on Airport Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then a Walmart at Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also a Melanie Boudreaux residence in Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
So first map, can you tell us what we're seeing here and explain everything?
Yeah, so these maps are just laying out where the locations of interest were that was provided by the investigative team. And so whenever I have this is zoomed out a decent ways to incorporate both the address down in Idaho Falls and the addresses that are in Rexburg. And so there's a box to the side that's basically showing a zoomed in view of the apartment complex that includes the addresses for Alex Cox and Lori Vallow's apartments.
All right, so the Idaho Falls WM at the bottom is that Walmart, and then you can see the storage unit and then the zoomed out of the 2 apartments in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is this just a closer up single page of that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, what do we see here on page 12?
So the previous 2 pages were up in Idaho. This is down in the area of Gilbert, Arizona. So this includes 2 addresses, one for Brandon Boudreaux and one for Melanie Boudreaux.
Okay, and so we see that with the bluish purple and the pinky color.
Yes, and I didn't mention before, but you can see the red dots. Those are representative of Verizon towers that are in the area as well.
Okay. So when we get to page 13, you had told us that you were provided with the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records that were obtained by law enforcement. Did those homerjmaximus@gmail.com Google records show that the records were tied to an MEID number?
Yes, so that's a mobile equipment identifier. In the case of Google, this is very similar to what's called an IMEI, or International Mobile Equipment Identifier. The IMEI is the equivalent, kind of like a VIN on a phone. So it's associated with the hardware itself of the cell phone.
And so why is that important to see that the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus is tied to this MEID number?
So anytime, I think I mentioned it before, but anytime a phone accesses a Google account, Google keeps a record of that. And one of the things that they record is that MEID number, which, like I said, in this case is synonymous with the IMEI, or the hardware of a phone. So that identifies a device. So what I can do with that number is I can then take that to different cellular providers and determine whether that number has ever shown up on their network and whether they can associate that number to an actual telephone number.
And was that MEID number that we see here on page 13 that is associated with Alex Cox's Google records associated with that cell phone number 304-960-5998?
It was.
And did you determine, or were you able to review records to see when that association occurred?
Yeah, so if you go to the next page of the report, that's going to be a record that we received from Verizon. And it shows that again, IMEI is associated with the 304-960-5998. And they list an effective date of September 27th, 2019.
And just going back at the bottom of this information, we saw a registration time and a first data connection time. What is that?
So that's showing when that device accessed the Google account for the first time. And we see also the September 26th, 2019 at 7:58, which would be again in UTC time. So to get to either Idaho or Arizona, you would have to subtract 6 to 7 hours to get to the time of where that occurred.
So to be clear that we understand, what we're seeing now is that the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records from Google, the Wi-Fi and the GPS data are always going to reflect that 480-351 number. Correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
But there is data in the Google records that now has been associated to that 304-960-5998.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, you can have multiple phones that access your Google account, but unless you have location history turned on every single one of those phones, Google is not going to record the location history associated with those phones. It's only going to record it on the device that you specifically turn that location history on.
So when we get to page 15 here, what are we seeing in these records?
So whenever you have a phone that is, like in this instance, purchased through TracFone, but utilizing the Verizon network, there's two different places that law enforcement has to go to get the complete set of records. So we would have to go to Verizon in order to see the call detail records and what towers are being utilized by that phone. But the point of purchase and subscriber information, we would need to go to TracFone. So specifically, this is the point of purchase information from TracFone associated with the number ending 5958.
So this tells us that this 5958 TracFone was purchased at a Walmart at Idaho Falls, Idaho?
Yes, correct.
And when does it show that being purchased?
So it shows it being purchased on September the 25th, 2019 at approximately 7:10 p.m.
Okay. And does it show a store number of 5494?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So when we get to page 16, we start to see those icons for the Wi-Fi. So we're now talking about the 9120 number.
Yes. And so being this is the first map, I'll explain it a little bit more thoroughly than the others. But as you can see at the top, you're going to see what this record represents, Google location history associated with the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com account. And then basically I'm putting the bookends of the times at the top. So these records are from September 25th, 2019, starting at 7:07 p.m. and continuing through 7:16 p.m. There's 6 of them. So you see a summary box. They're all sourced or derived from Wi-Fi. And of the 6, the margin of error is between 16 and 100 meters, which you can see with the black circles. Obviously, the smaller one there in the middle is closer to the 16 meters, whereas the larger ones are at 100 meters margin of error. And they are consistent with the device 9120 reporting its location to Google as being at the Walmart on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls during that time period.
So basically the 9120 cell phone is reading Wi-Fi signals around it and reporting that margin of error to Google.
Yes, and one thing I didn't explain earlier is that whenever a location is derived from Wi-Fi, it doesn't mean the device was connected to specific Wi-Fi points. It just needed to be in range of those Wi-Fi points and see it. So if you've ever experienced where you're going through the airport or you're looking at your location on Google Maps and it says turn on Wi-Fi to get a more accurate or precise location, it's because Google has a pretty vast database of knowing where Wi-Fi access points are throughout the United States. And so if I'm sitting here and I'm close to a McDonald's that has a Wi-Fi hotspot on it, and my phone sees that Wi-Fi hotspot, I don't need to connect to it for Google to know that that specific Wi-Fi hotspot is located at a specific address. And then Google can estimate my location based on my phone seeing those different Wi-Fi access points.
So in this case, we see the phone that's subscribed to Alex Cox, that's using his Google account, is at this Walmart in Idaho Falls between 7:07 p.m. and 7:16 p.m.
Correct. I would say it's consistent with being at that Walmart.
And so we had seen in the prior slide that the track phone, the 304-960-5958 number, was purchased around 7:10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So this phone associated to Alex Cox is utilizing or is reading the Wi-Fi around it and providing this data around the same time when that track phone, the 304 number, is being purchased at that Walmart.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
What does this next map show us, page 17?
So again, I'll speak a little bit more thoroughly on this one since it's the first time I'm showing a tower and sector being represented on my report. So again, at the top, you see the tower interactions, and the number associated with it is going to be the number ending 4652. The date, again, I'll usually book into this unless everything occurs within that same minute, but we're looking at September the 25th, 2019 at 7:08 p.m. And we see 2 incoming calls that occur, and 4652 is utilizing a tower and sector that is in close proximity to that same Walmart on Utah Avenue.
Now, when we are looking at this cell tower usage, do you know whether or not that phone has to be within that azimuth?
Sure. So whenever you're talking about radio frequency propagation and what the footprint of a tower's coverage area looks like, it's definitely not best represented by lines in the sand. It's more representative of like a cloud, to where if you look at the lights in this courtroom, you have the light that's shining up in the corner there, and you can see it pretty bright on the wall. But as you get farther down the wall, that light starts to dissipate and starts to get more and more dim. There's not just a line up there on the wall where the light ends. Radio frequency can be looked at the same way. So that signal is going to dissipate as it gets farther and farther away from the area where it's meant to provide coverage to. And so when you're looking at how I'm depicting this on a map, I'm showing the sector based on the azimuth and both sides of what the endpoints of that sector look like. But I would expect to see a phone that is in close proximity to that line potentially still be on a sector, even if it's not within that parameter. All that to say that when I look at this particular graphic, based on my training and experience, I would say that tower and sector is consistent with providing coverage to that Walmart due to the close proximity.
So what we can say is that the 4652 number associated to Lori Vallow is utilizing a tower in the area of the Walmart within a couple minutes of that track phone, the 304 number being purchased at that Walmart.
Correct, 2 minutes prior.
And in fact, is one of her phone calls last about 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So through the time of that purchase even?
Yes, ma'am. I would just point out that whenever, if you go back, sorry, to that page, whenever I'm looking at a tower interaction, whenever that phone is interacting with the network, we're looking at whenever that phone initiates that specific interaction. And so during that 10 minutes of time, I can't tell you specific to Verizon where that phone was located. I can only tell you at 7:08 and 31 seconds, it was utilizing that tower and sector. But let's say, for instance, that phone were to move out of the area, that would not be able to be determined by the records that I have.
That phone number that is being called at that time as well, are you familiar with that phone number?
I am, yes, ma'am.
The 480-266-8587, whose phone number is that associated to?
I had that associated with Melanie Boudreaux.
Oh, that's
So at the
fun.
time that Alex Cox's phone is in the Walmart, at the time that that track phone is being purchased, Lori Vallow is speaking with Melanie Boudreaux using a cell tower in the area of that Walmart as well.
I wouldn't be able to say who was speaking with who. I could only say that the phone number 4652 received an incoming call from 8587, and then who those
Lori,
numbers
she's
are
like,
associated with.
So at the time that the phone associated to Lori Vallow is using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart, she is receiving a call from the phone associated to Melanie Boudreaux.
Yes, ma'am.
They sure are dropping
And that's
Melanie's name a
September
lot
Yes, ma'am.
in this trial.
What do we see then when we get to page 18 here?
This is looking at the first mappable record for the number ending 5998 on September the 26th at approximately 11:31 p.m., making an outbound call utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to both Lori and Alex's residences.
All right, so this is the phone that was purchased at the Walmart that we were just discussing in the prior maps.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So on the 25th, that phone is purchased from the Walmart, where we see cell phones associated to Alex Cox and Lori Vallow being there or near there at the time of the purchase. And now we see the phone being activated.
So I wouldn't be able to say specific to whether that's the actual activation, but that is a call, I believe, to a number associated with either Verizon or Track Phone. But
We do know from the prior records that the phone was activated on the 26th, though.
correct. I know from records, and I don't know if it was one that we showed in here, but I know that it's first started being used on the 26th.
I like that this FBI
And
agent
I think
has
if
a
we were looking
slight
at page
southern
13,
twang.
we showed the first data connection
some of
time
his
was
words.
September 26th at
I love that.
7:58 p.m. UTC.
Correct. That was when it connected to Google, if I'm recalling correctly. And so the phone wouldn't necessarily have to have Verizon service to connect to Google. It could have done that via Wi-Fi or some other method to connect to Google the first time.
So what we're seeing here then is something potentially different, where we now know this phone, the 304, is actually using cell towers and able to now make outgoing calls.
Correct.
And it's using a tower that would be consistent with covering the apartments for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what do we see here? We're still on September 26th and
Yeah.
around the 2 minutes from the previous map.
Yeah, so this is just a record in close proximity in time, showing a Google location record where the number ending 9120 was reporting its location to Google as consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment. That's on September the 26th, 2019 at 11:33 p.m.
So we see the track phone from Walmart
We are watching
using a
the last day of the
cell
Lori
tower at
Vallow Daybell
11:31.
trial.
And then we see Alex Cox's cell phone, I guess, reading Wi-Fi
Congratulations.
at 11:33.
It's reporting its location to Google at 11:33.
You've jumped ahead a couple days. So we had September 26th. Now we're looking at September 30th.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you
Oh, and there's an
depicting here?
FBI
And
agent on
what
the
did you
stand,
find from the
but they're not
records
showing
that
his
you reviewed?
face.
So this is showing on September the
Undercover.
30th, 2019, between 4:32 and 4:37 p.m. Starting at 4:32, the number ending 9120 is reporting its location to Google, consistent as being at Alex Cox's apartment. And then showing movement at 4:34, and by 4:36, The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
And so that's where, when we're looking at that R15, that's the margin of error of 15 meters.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So the phone is within 15 meters of being at Lori Vallow's.
That's what Google is reporting.
We're still at September 30th here.
Yes, ma'am. And so that's looking at the remainder of the day, going from September the 30th, from 4:38 p.m. all the way to 11:59 p.m. Approximately 94 different records, all consistent with the number ending 9120, reporting its location to Google as being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment.
And so here, because you had so many Wi-Fi readings that are reportings, you just put that there were 94, well, I guess 93 Wi-Fi and 1 GPS.
Yeah, and basically what I was trying to look at is whether there were any instances that indicated that that device went back to Alex Cox's apartment, and I was unable to find any.
So we're on page 22. What are we now seeing here?
So again, at the top, I'm basically bookending the dates and times. So we're looking at two different uses of the Verizon network by the number ending 5998. The first one is on September the 30th at approximately 12:34 p.m., utilizing a tower and sector that's up in Rexburg, Idaho. And then the next use that we see is October the 1st, 2019, the same phone number ending 5998, using a tower and sector consistent with being down in Arizona.
So the 12:34 p.m., that's Idaho time.
That's correct.
So when we looked at the movement, that would be before we saw the 9120 phone associated to Alex Cox moving from Alex Cox's apartment to Lori Vallow's?
Correct. And I would point out that this is not showing that at 12:34 that device began heading south towards Arizona. That's just the record that I had at 12:34. So there was no other use between those two time periods, so I'm not able to estimate where that phone was during that time period.
Okay. So we know at 12:34 p.m. on September 30th, that track phone, the 304 number, is still in Rexburg, Idaho, utilizing a receiving an incoming call at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about that call. Do you recognize that phone number, the 515-402-0143 number?
I do.
And that is a call being made to this Walmart track phone.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
By whom?
So I have that number associated with Chad Daybell.
So Chad Daybell's phone is calling this Walmart track phone that just was activated a couple days earlier on September 30th at 12:34.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we don't see any call records for this track phone until October 1st, the next day.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
We see on this map that you have 9:19 a.m. So this is Arizona time?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And so at this point at 9:19 a.m. on October 1st, that track phone from Walmart in Idaho Falls is now using a cell tower in Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we have it? We've seen the prior box showed an incoming call. When we talk about outgoing, does that mean this track phone is making that phone call to someone?
It does.
And so who is this track phone calling at 9:19 a.m. on October 1st?
It's the same number from the previous Chad Daybell, the number ending 0143.
So map 23, what do we see here?
So since this is going back and forth between Arizona and Idaho, I tried to put the map of the specific state that it represents,
that.
just in case you're not familiar with a specific area. But this is showing on October the 1st, 2019, between 2:56 p.m. and 2:59 p.m., movement of the 9120 phone
no.
because it's reporting its location to Google
gotta
as
figure it
being
out this
3 different
weekend.
locations along
Hello.
East Center Street in Rexburg, Idaho.
But I'll be here. I'll be here no matter what. So
Some power to this.
we'll watch some trials before then, but I don't know if any off the top of my head are starting. So we're gonna figure out what we're gonna do next week over the weekends. But I can say for next week we'll definitely be here.
All right, so October 1st, 2:56 p.m. to 2:59 p.m. Idaho time, we see the 480-351 number associated to Alex Cox. His Google is reporting this location data.
Yes, ma'am.
Meanwhile, we see the track phone from the Walmart that also has been associated to the Homer J. Maximus Google account is in Arizona.
Correct.
What do we see in this next map?
So this is looking at October the 1st, 2019, from 3:10 p.m. to 3:36 p.m. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the Self-Storage Plus in Rexburg, Idaho.
So did you ever view video from the self-storage unit from this time period of October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd?
I believe I did, but it's been some time since then.
You show some records there, so you were provided at least with information. Let me ask you this. Were you provided with information that Lori Vallow had rented a storage unit at this location at 433 Airport Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
I was, and one of those pieces of information was the receipt that you can see on the that page of the report.
And so when we're talking about the relevance of this, it was one of the locations in the original map that you were asked to look at during this time period?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So to understand what we have going on October 1st, we have Lori Vallow renting a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho at this time on October 1st.
That's based on the receipt that I was provided.
Okay.
That would be the
And
extent of my knowledge.
At the same time, you have the cell phone associated to Alex Cox reporting Wi-Fi and GPS location data to the Google at the same time that this is all, that Lori Vallow is renting this unit.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
What do we see then in map number 25?
So this is close to the same time period as the page before, October the 1st, 2019 at 3:24 p.m. And this is showing use of the 4652 phone for 2 incoming calls, utilizing a tower and sector in Rexburg, Idaho, that would provide coverage to the area of the Self-Storage Plus.
All right, so the previous map was about 310 to 336. So this is in that time period towards the end of it. The phone number we're talking about is the one that we've associated to Lori Vallow.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And so when we see this cell tower use, is that a cell tower that would be consistent with providing coverage to the storage unit?
Yes, correct. And I say that because I'm familiar with the area and familiar with the terrain. And that's why I'm able to say that that tower and sector would provide coverage to that general area.
Okay. Now, when we're looking at this time, we see 3:24 p.m. Idaho time. What would that be Arizona time?
So Arizona is 1 hour behind, so that'd be about 2:24.
So at 2:24 Arizona time, this 480-266-8587 number is calling Lori Vallow's cell phone.
Correct.
And is that 480-266-8587 number the one you told us is associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes, ma'am.
And so all of this is going on while we also see Alex Cox's cell phone providing that GPS and Wi-Fi data for being in the area of that storage unit as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I love Dope's.
So we're continuing
Daily
on
fun
October
fact.
1st in this, still in Idaho?
Yes, ma'am. This is October 1st at 5:17 p.m. Again, the 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the Rexburg, Idaho temple.
So we've been talking about October 1st. When we get to page 27, are we now on October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
So we had some cell phone or one cell tower use by that Walmart track phone on October 1st. Are you now reflecting cell tower usage by that track phone
I would
on
listen to
October
it.
2nd?
Yes, ma'am. So this is showing records associated with the 5998 number between October 2nd, between 7:02 and 7:20. Starting over on the left side using a tower, two different sectors on a tower, 7:02 to 7:09 on the sector facing west. And then we see a shift at about 7:17 to utilization of the tower facing north-northeast, sector facing north-northeast, excuse me. Then by 7:19, we start to see use of a tower and sector that's just east of that location. My examination of these records, I would say it's consistent with that device likely moving eastbound.
Okay. So from 7:02 to about 7:18, the Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is using cell towers in the area of Melanie Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then after 7:18, that cell phone, track phone from Walmart in Idaho Falls, Idaho, is now utilizing a cell tower closer to Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a continuation of that morning reflecting that Walmart track phone?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you tell us what this map is showing us?
So this is showing the same thing, the 5998 phone on October 2nd between 7:22 and 7:24, utilizing two different towers, and specifically the tower more in the middle of the page, two different sectors on that tower, consistent with being in the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
So from 7:22 to 7:24, we're seeing cell tower use from that Walmart track phone, consistent with it being in the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the same cell phone we're talking about that has been associated to Alexander Cox's homerjmaximus@gmail.com Google account.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, for this trial.
So we went back to Idaho in this photo?
Yes, ma'am. So this is back in Idaho in Rexburg, and this is showing on October the 2nd, 2019 at 8:02 in the morning, Arizona time, which would have been 9:02 up in Idaho. But there is an
Idaho.
outbound call made from the number ending 9120 to the number ending 4652. This call is a little bit over 23 minutes. And during the call, both phones are using the same tower and sector, both of which provide coverage to the apartment complex that had Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's units in it.
So basically we have the cell phone associated to Alex Cox, the 480-351-9120, calling the cell phone associated to Lori Vallow, 480-489-4652 at 9:02 Idaho time,
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
8:02 Arizona time.
Yes, ma'am.
And that call you said was not quite 24 minutes.
Approximately 23 minutes and 34 seconds.
While that is going on at 8:02 a.m., we've seen just a little earlier that the Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls is now utilizing cell towers in Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during this call, did you have any Wi-Fi or GPS location data for that Homer J. Maximus Google account associated to that 351 number?
Yes, ma'am. There was one at 9 o'clock and 9:10, both consistent with the 9120 phone being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment. But I'll also add to that, that entire day, that phone only reported being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment, not Alex Cox's.
So basically, we continued what we saw from the day before, other than we saw, well, let me say this. So we saw the phone going over to the phone being the phone number associated to Alex Cox, the 9120 on the 30th, move over to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Consistent with that, yes, ma'am.
And then we saw location data provided to Google for that same phone, the 9120, moving at some point away from Lori Vallow's residence, going to, for instance, on the 1st, an area near the self-storage unit,
Yes, ma'am.
going to the temple,
Yes, ma'am.
and then returning back to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have on the 2nd in the morning, this phone call between Lori Vallow's cell phone, the one associated with her, and Alex Cox's cell phone, or the one associated with them.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we get to slide 30, what are we reviewing here now? Where are we at?
So we're back in Arizona looking at records for 5998. Here we're looking at October 2nd between 8:39 and 9:16 a.m. And the 5998 phone is utilizing a tower and sector in the general area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence. And there's 3 outgoing calls, 2 incoming calls, all from the number ending 0143.
Is that the phone that has been associated, that you are aware of, associated to Chad Daybell?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chad Daybell is Lori Vallow's husband?
I'm not sure if she was at the time, but
Correct.
that's my understanding now.
So when we look at this phone, were you aware that the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux at 3875 East Phelps Street occurred around 9:13 or so in the morning?
It's been a period of time. I know it was sometime around then, but I wasn't sure the exact time.
So in the time period leading up to right around that 9:13 time, that's track phone from Idaho Falls Walmart is utilizing cell towers in Gilbert, Arizona that would cover the area of Brandon Boudreaux's home at 3875 East Phelps Street.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see here on map 31?
So here we see starting on October the 2nd at 9:17 in the morning, use of a tower and sector facing north on that tower, showing use of the 5998 phone, and that tower and sector would provide coverage to the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence. Then we see a shift starting at 9:19 to a sector that's facing more southeast, and continuing through 9:22, we see use of a different tower southeast of that location, consistent with that device moving southeast out of the area.
So if we had received information that the shooter in this case moved south to Pecos Road that we see here in the map and then headed away, is that sort of the same direction that we're talking about? The cell phone is using towers in that same direction?
I would say it's consistent with that movement.
And then we see the cell tower as the morning moves on, going further south and east?
Yes, ma'am. I would just say southeast, based on the tower locations that I was looking at in the records.
And obviously, you're not able to tell us exactly where this cell phone is because it doesn't have the Wi-Fi or GPS location data being reported.
Correct. I'm only estimating locations based on the records that I have, and the records that I have are going to dictate how precise I can be with those estimated locations.
So here we know the cell towers that are being utilized by this phone during the morning there.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, when we look at these phone calls, incoming and outgoing, were all of them being made or received by that same phone number associated to Chad Daybell?
So here we're only looking at one call, but yes, that call is to the 0143 and it's an outgoing call to that number.
So we have cell towers that are reporting the phone, and then we also have phone calls starting to be made.
Correct.
Okay. So the first call we see after the 9:15 one from the prior page is at 9:22, which is an outgoing call to Chad Daybell's cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see now here on page 32?
So this is looking at Google location information on October the 2nd, 2019, between 9:02 and 9:34. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
Okay. And you've told us that sort of this has been at any time from the 30th when you documented that cell phone associated to Alex Cox, the 9120, moving from Alex Cox's apartment over to Lori Vallow's. From September 30th through this time at 9:34 a.m. on October 2nd, did you ever see the phone move back to Alex Cox's apartment?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Slide 33.
So this is back in Idaho, showing the usage of the number ending 4652 on October the 2nd from 8:50 in the morning to 9:46 in the morning, sticking with Arizona time based on the fact that there was an incident that occurred in Arizona. So between 8:50 and 9:45, there's 5 instances where that phone is on the network and utilizing a tower and sector consistent with providing coverage to Lori Vallow's apartment. And there's 2 outgoing calls, 3 incoming calls. There's 1 outgoing call to the number ending 8587, which was associated with Melanie Boudreaux. That call's a 35-minute call. And then there's 1 outgoing and 3 incomings with 0143. That number I had associated with Chad Daybel.
So since this is Arizona time, at 8:53, this would be before the shooting occurred in Arizona, if that occurred at 9:13.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay. So prior to the shooting in Arizona, we have an outgoing call to the number associated to Chad Daybel.
Yes, ma'am, at 8:50.
And then an outgoing call associated to a phone for Melanie Boudreaux. And then an incoming call associated to the number for Chad Daybel at 9:01.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there is a break in time before there is an additional incoming call at 9:44 and 9:45, both of those from the phone associated to Chad Daybel.
Correct. And I would just point out that that 1 call at 8:53, that's an outbound call to the number associated with Melanie Boudreaux, is a 35-minute call. So it could have spanned a large portion of that time window.
So when we see the incoming call at 9:01, how does that work if she's on the phone outgoing?
I need to look at the specific call detail record, but that very well could just be call waiting to where both calls occurred during that same time window, but I wouldn't be able to answer that question with the records I have in front of me.
That call is just 2 minutes, 2:09.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when we see the 9:44, we see that's just a 3-second initial call. And then at 9:45, a 7.5-minute call.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Slide 34. What are we seeing here?
So now we're zoomed out again because we're showing 2 vastly different locations of where towers that were utilized by the 5998 phone were. So we're looking at October 2nd between 1:22 p.m. and 8:13 p.m. Starting at 1:22, the 5998 phone is utilizing a tower and sector in Arizona, kind of northeast of Phoenix. And then by 7:53, the phone is utilizing a tower and sector in Utah.
When you're looking at this and you reviewed the records, the call that we see at 8:12 p.m. incoming from the phone associated to Chad Daybel, that's a 29, almost 30-minute call.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the last call that is documented for this Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls?
There are additional calls, but I'll explain it like this. So whenever you're looking at a call detail record, if there's an incoming call and then there's duration and there's a tower and sector identified, that shows that that phone was on the network and we can show that that call connected. There's additional calls after that that don't populate.
She wore that
those,
outfit in the last one too.
columns that would be associated with the tower. And so because of that, you could have incoming calls that would just basically go straight to voicemail because that phone is no longer on the network. So the 8:12 p.m. was the last record I saw in the call detail record where the phone was on the network to receive a call.
Okay. So slide at 35, what state are we in? What are we seeing here?
So we're back in Rexburg, Idaho, and we're looking at October 3rd, 2019 at approximately 2:15 p.m. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the self-storage plus.
And so we see 2:15 p.m.
Camera guy, get it
Wi-Fi
together.
data of that a phone associated to Alex Cox at the self-storage unit.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then were you also provided with video to show that at 2:13 p.m. There are two individuals removing a tire and another item, a bench seat from the storage unit that was rented by Lori Vallow?
Yes, ma'am.
Slide 36, what does this show us?
So this is showing use of the 4652 phone, October the 3rd, 2019, between 2:20 and 2:22. And the phone is using a tower and sector that would provide coverage to the apartment complex for both Lori and Alex.
So on October 3rd, we now have the phone associated to Lori Vallow, receiving calls from the phone that has been associated to Chad Daybel.
Yes, ma'am.
And that phone is using a tower consistent with them being in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other network calls that you saw for that phone from the Walmart Idaho Falls track phone?
No, not after the call that was made in Utah.
And did that end your mapping of the data provided to you by the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
State has no other questions for this witness.
Oh, okay.
All right, Cross.
What about you, Lori? Oh, she does. She's got questions for the FBI. I'm sure she does. How many sidebars you gonna think are there of her opening the door?
Do you want me to call you Special Agent or Mr. Balance or?
Special agent is fine.
Okay. Special Agent Balance, I just have a couple questions. You had mentioned that if all of you, okay, so you had mentioned if all of your locations are on, which one would it track? So say you have 3 phones associated to your Gmail account and all the locations are on, what would it be tracking?
Yeah, so if you were to look at the location history where you had 3 different devices that were reporting that location, whenever you look at the record, they have a column called device tag.
Okay.
So they would differentiate that device tag. That's a number Google provides, but that device tag would be associated with each individual device. So as an example, if you were looking at, you only wanted to see the Google location for phone 1, you would need to know the device tag associated with phone 1, and you could filter out and see just where that device was. Same thing with phone 2 or phone 3, depending on how many devices are reporting location information.
So if all 3 had their location on, then all 3 would be reported, even if they were in different locations?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And then what about if you have, so you're talking about a track phone being connected to a Gmail account, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what if you have an iPad,
Hi, Mom,
And-
Carrie.
laptop,
Good morning.
and a phone all connected to the same Gmail account?
So it would depend on, again, that device tag column and the device itself. So the device would need to be able to report location information. Google would need to be able to derive that location information by some method. So if you had location information turned on all those different devices, it would really just depend on the device, how it reports it, but it would show up in that same location history record.
So if you're tracking something and you say phone 1, you don't want the iPad, you don't want the laptop, you're tracking phone 1, you would be able to distinguish that out by that number of phone 1?
So I would look in the Google record, the entirety of the record, it would tell you which device tag is associated with which device. And so then I could differentiate which device was being reported and which ones weren't.
Now, where did you get your who sent you the information from Google? Did you get that directly from Google? I had missed that.
No, so those records were obtained via search warrant. I believe it was somebody from the investigative team in Rexburg,
Okay.
but I wouldn't be able to provide you a name of who sent those records down.
And how did those records come to you? Like an email or something? Or how?
Yes,
did you-
ma'am. They would usually be sent via email.
So is that like, it's a lot of data, right? So is it one giant email or several emails? How does that work?
It depends. Specific to this case, I can't remember whether it was sent via email, but we do have options to send larger files. And so if it's a Google record that has location history, has a bunch of different services that are being utilized by that user, it could be a very large file, and then it would be sent electronically to me.
Through like a hard drive or a flash drive, something to that effect?
We have some ways that we can send it electronically that they're capable of transferring larger files, per se.
And so the data that you received from this email or from a larger, did you receive it from an email? You don't remember if you received it from an email, is that correct?
I don't recall. I would say that given this particular file, I know it was larger, so I would guess that it probably came via some type of transferring platform versus email.
Okay. And then if you don't know who you got it from, how do you know if that information is accurate?
So I'm basically mapping out records as I receive them. So I would look at the certificate of authenticity. I would ensure that it's a record that came from Google. But aside from that, I'm mapping records as I receive them.
So you don't have any way to know if it was altered before it got to you, basically?
Correct.
Okay.
Cashew. Why not?
And you're saying that you're getting all of your information directly from Google. So would it be different information if you had the phone itself? Or are you getting all the information from Google that you would have with this phone?
So with CAST and the specific unit that I'm assigned to, we're not looking at information that comes out of the device. We're looking at the records that were generated with particular providers. So although we could get information additionally from the forensic download of a phone, what we're looking at is those records from the providers that are maintained separate from the phone, if that answers your question.
So my question is, would you have more information if you had the phone?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you could track it better per se.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say better. I would just say that you could potentially have more information that would help determine whether the records are consistent with the overall picture of what both the carrier records are showing and what the phone records are showing. So as an example, my phone right now, if I'm sending text messages back and forth, those messages have content, they have context of, you know, if I say
Morning,
I'm on the way
Kevin.
to the airport or I'm going to leave here in 10 minutes. Separate from that, you have the records from Verizon that would show feasibly where my phone was. Now, if you marry those records up, you definitely have more information and you could tell the story better, but one's not necessarily better. It just depends on the circumstance.
So one doesn't negate the other, it just confirms it.
Sure.
Okay. So is it typical, would you say, for people to have more than one device associated to their email?
Yeah, this day and age, I would say so, just because a lot of people have more than one phone.
And you could have multiple devices, like 5 iPads and 5 phones and a couple computers, all generated and giving Google information from the same Google email?
Sure. It depends on what your, it's going to be dependent on every single individual. But yeah, if you have an iPad, a laptop, a phone, and you connect all those to your Google account, like it's not unreasonable for me to see records associated with multiple devices that have access to Google account.
I do. Thank you.
And you can't put a person anywhere, right?
So anytime I'm estimating a location of a device, it's not an estimated location of a person, it's an estimated location of a device. And it really depends on the records that I obtain. So while I've been very successful in determining a location of an individual based on their device, it depends on the records of whether that search area is smaller or larger.
Okay. So if you were to give a teenager a phone with associated to your email account, and they're at an amusement park going on a bunch of rides, and then you're doing a download, it could look like you were in all these places, but you were really not. Is that true?
What?
Can you rephrase that question?
What did you just ask?
If you just had a track phone that was associated to your Gmail account and anyone else had it, it would look like you were in that place.
So the device, if the device is reporting to Google its location information, then I would look at those locations that it's reported as the areas where that phone was at a particular date and time.
Right. So you can't put a person anywhere, but you are locating the device. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm locating a device.
Okay.
That's an interesting question. If I'm on a roller coaster, just.
Do you remember about what you had said that on October 3rd at 2:15, the device was at the self-storage plus. Was that the track phone?
No, that was the number ending 9120. So that was reporting its location to Google as being consistent with being at the self-storage plus.
And did the track phone ever, I want to say ping, but give a location in Rexburg after October 3rd?
Not after October 3rd, no ma'am.
Do you remember the last time when it did?
I know the last time in the call detail record was that page where it showed the phone being used in Utah, and I believe that was October the 2nd, towards the evening hours.
Do you know where in Utah that last location was?
If you were to pull up that page on the report, I could give you the area, but I know it was southeast of Salt Lake City.
Okay. There was something about the meters. So when you were talking about on page 6, you show the 3 slides with the sectors.
Okay, are you able to pull up page 6?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
No, you're fine.
It's okay if I just hand it to him. Or do you want it? You can put it on.
She does have black
want it
glasses
here?
too.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh boy, it's a day.
Oh, you got a Zoom.
Technical.
Hmm.
And roll the top button. Roll. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Roll it the other way.
There we go.
Roll.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask a question about the meters.
Sure.
So you had said something about, is it 150 meters in each of those sectors? Was that what I heard?
So it's degrees instead of meters. So basically what you're looking at is how a sector is divided up of a tower. And so specific to this one, I think I was mentioning sector 1. And when you talk about the azimuth or direction from the tower that particular sector is facing, you would use that azimuth in degrees to give you that direction.
So with the 2 apartments being so close in proximity, and you were talking about that it's pinging on a cell tower that shows both. So I'll show you this one. I think it's this one. 18 maybe. So this circle right here that's both apartments are within that same, is that cell phone coverage?
So that specific graphic there, when you're looking at that circle, all that circle is doing is showing the direction from the tower of where that specific sector is providing coverage to. So in this instance, that tower, that sector is facing northwest, and that particular tower and sector is providing coverage to a great deal of Rexburg. But included in that coverage would be the apartment complex for both Alex and yourself.
I had to go get more coffee.
And
honey.
so do you know how far apart those apartments actually are?
I know they're fairly
Meters?
close. It's been a while
Oh, in
since
meters, but
I've been out there. It's been a while, but I know there was maybe 1 to 2 buildings between, but they were relatively close.
so are you able to tell from location wise, are you able to tell the difference with a cell phone tower, or is it some other way that do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
So with this particular tower and sector, that usage at 1131, there's no way you could say definitively that phone was at Alex's apartment, was at your apartment. You're just basically saying that's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to that area. So the phone could be anywhere within that coverage area whenever that particular call was made.
Okay. But there is a way to distinguish if it was at either one,
Good question.
but it's not
Amos.
that cell phone
N-
tower.
That's pretty easy.
Not via the call detail records from Verizon. You would need the Google location history, which is giving a much tighter margin of error associated with that device.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. So when you had spoke about the Walmart, I don't know what page that is, but you were showing that according to Google, is that correct? That a phone associated with me and a phone associated with Alex were in that Walmart shopping center? Is that
So I
correct?
think you're talking about page 16. So there's 2 different pages associated with that statement. The first one is the 9120 phone reporting its location to Google, and that's where you can see multiple locations consistent with being at that Walmart in Idaho Falls. The page following that is looking at the phone associated with you that was utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage to the general area of that Walmart. So it's two different, basically, versions of records that are providing two different estimates as to where those two phones were.
Because one is a phone call, so it has an outgoing tower. Is that correct?
So one is looking at the Verizon network, and so it's utilizing that specific tower and sector for that. I can't remember whether it was an incoming or an outgoing call. Whereas the Google location, that's information that that phone is reporting from either GPS or Wi-Fi to Google as where it's located during that same time period.
So could it connect to Walmart Wi-Fi? Does Walmart have a Wi-Fi? I don't know.
So it wouldn't need to. If Walmart had a Wi-Fi, it doesn't necessarily need to connect to it. It just needs to see it, because when the phone takes a measurement and sees that it's has a certain signal strength from that Walmart Wi-Fi, then it is able to estimate where that phone is, because Google knows where that particular Wi-Fi hotspot is located.
Do you have the ability to track someone walking around in a Walmart?
I mean, if you looked at the Google, if you're looking historically and you wanted to see, like, did an individual go to a particular aisle in Walmart, I think that would be a stretch, unless it's a very big Walmart and you're just trying to see whether they were in landscaping or over on the grocery side. It all depends on the information that you have in that record from Google. So if those margins of error are super small, you could potentially estimate that. But it really would just depend on the record that you have, specific to the device that you're trying to locate.
Oh, yeah,
And if you had the actual device, could you pinpoint that more accurately?
Again, it would depend on the device and what apps you're running on the device and what all is being potentially stored. So different phones have different ways that they store information. They have different GPS chips inside of them. Apps have different ways that they store information. And so it would really just depend on getting that phone, doing a forensic download of that phone, and seeing what you have.
And then could you compare that to the Google information that you got and have a much more accurate picture?
I wouldn't say you would always have a more accurate picture, because you might not have any records that you might do a forensic download and you're not able to pull out any location information. I would say that it's always better to have more information to do that comparison, but it's not a guarantee that it's going to make it better by having the forensic download of the phone.
So it would be more accurate as far as locations from Google?
I wouldn't say it'd be more accurate. It's just, it's a different record, you know? So if you have a Google location record that has a significant number of locations, they're all 2-3 meter hits because you were potentially standing outside, that's going to be pretty precise. But it's kind of speaking in, it really just depends, because you don't know what that record's going to look like until you get it and you review it.
So if you don't have your location on, are you able to track where things are, or only if it connects to a Wi-Fi?
So again, it's going to depend on the specific app that you're speaking about. So like if you go into your phone, you can turn location services on or off for a lot of different apps. And so whenever I'm evaluating records from places like Google or different applications that have stored that location data. So it really just depends on how you have your specific phone set up and what you've opted into or out of as far as location sharing.
Okay. So basically your report is indicative of phones associated to certain emails in certain locations at certain times.
So the one phone is associated with the Gmail account. That's the 9120.
Okay.
The other two phones I'm looking at Verizon records. So it's basically what Verizon maintained for those specific numbers.
And is one more specific than the other, the one with Gmail or the two with Verizon?
I would say that the locations being reported to Google had smaller areas to estimate where the device was. When you're talking about the Verizon records, the records that I had, I'm only able to estimate a general area based on what the coverage of a particular tower and sector provides coverage to.
Okay, and what is the radius of that, the tower coverage of Verizon?
So if you go back to some of my earlier statements, it's going to depend on where you're located. So downtown Phoenix, tower density follows population density. So the coverage areas in downtown Phoenix are going to be a lot smaller than if you get out into rural areas where there's just not as many users. And so because of that, that coverage area is going to be large. Typically, I estimate that the coverage area of a tower is going to be the area between that tower and the next tower closest to it.
So with the Verizon records, that was the one that would say 16 meters or 15 meters. Was that with the Verizon records?
No, that would have been the Google location if it's what I think you're referring to, where there's a margin of error with a circle around it. That's solely from Google. That would not be from Verizon.
Okay, so with Verizon, it's more accurate, and with Google, it's with the meters, within a certain amount of meters?
It's the way that they're measuring. Google's providing their margin of error. Verizon is not. For Verizon, when we're estimating a coverage area, I'm using my training and experience of locating phones historically and estimating that phone, what the coverage area is going to be for the tower and sector that phone used.
So is it which one, the Gmail or the Verizon that is giving you the information that there was no moving of the phone from one apartment to the other?
So whenever I made that statement, it's based off the Google location history. And so what I'm looking at is for a period of time, every Google location, every line in that Google location history record. So whenever I'm looking at those and I don't see that device has either moved or gone to Alex Cox's apartment, that's all from the Google location record.
Right, so if a phone was just in a car driving around, right, then it would show it in movement everywhere that car went?
It would depend on if it's reporting its location during that movement. So let's say, for instance, that car left a parking lot of that apartment complex and drove 15 minutes north and then 15 minutes back. As long as there's a Google location record during that 30-minute window, that's where I would be able to say that there was movement. But if there's a record at 9 o'clock in the morning and then there's not another record until 9:30, I can't say definitively that phone didn't move during that 30-minute window. All I can say is this is where it was at 9 o'clock and this is where it was at 9:30.
Because it's not reporting.
Correct. Okay. Every estimate that I make is based on there has to be a record in a line of a record for me to determine a potential location. So can you explain that to me, what it's reporting? So if a phone is off, it's not going to be reporting anything. But if it's just sitting there stagnant, it's not going to be reporting anything? It depends. Typically, I've seen in records that I've reviewed
I don't think she knows.
On a regular basis, if a phone is stationary, it's not going to report as much. And if it's moving, it potentially would report more. But again, the phone has to be on and the phone has to be opted into location history.
I mean, I think she's
and
like,
that's what's going to generate that record that's maintained by Google that I can then evaluate and see potentially where a phone was in the past.
Who was where.
Okay,
and
so
what.
you have access to what is being reported.
Hard to say.
So I would have access to the Google location record.
Right. Only what the phone is reporting or what the device is reporting.
To Google, yes.
Okay. And you made your report off of what was reported, and it's not, I'm just trying to get to, it's not constant. You're not getting a phone record from, like, say, September all the way through October, and you know everything of where that went.
100%. That's
Because
gonna be
it
our
wouldn't be
prison
reporting
hustle.
all that time. Is that accurate?
She's basically a lawyer, guys.
I'll give you an analogy. Maybe this will potentially help. But if you think about, you live next door to your neighbor and your neighbor's car is in the driveway. They've got a red car in the driveway. And so at 9:02 in the morning, you go and look, the neighbor's car is in the driveway. 9:45, you go and look, and the neighbor's car is in the driveway. And then one more time at, say, 11 o'clock, you look, and the neighbor's car is in the driveway. You can only say that the neighbor's car was in the driveway at those specific instances because that's when you looked out the window. You could reason that maybe that car was there the entire time, but you can only definitively say where that car was when you have an instance that you looked out the window. So it's the same thing with the Google location record. So I can estimate where a device was as long as there's a date and time, a latitude and longitude, and a margin of error. If that's not present, then I'm not able to estimate during the window of inactivity where that device is.
So in your timeline, there could be blind spots where you don't know where the phone was or the device was or what it was doing.
If there's not a location record, I can't map it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Redirect.
So Detective, in your years
Okay, bye, Sunny Day.
working as a CAST agent, have you reviewed multiple Google records,
Yes, ma'am.
Verizon records,
Yes, ma'am.
track phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us that part of your process is to always look at the certificate of authenticity.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done here?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything about these records appear to be unauthentic or modified?
No, ma'am.
When you are mapping and creating these maps for us, are you just using the data and just showing us what it says?
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, you were given Alex Cox's Google or Gmail record for the homerjmaximus.com, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that included location data.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were provided with records showing that that Gmail account was associated to the 9120 number.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were also provided, and those Google records is what gave us the GPS and the Wi-Fi location data for that cell phone, 480-351-9120.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you also had the Walmart track phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That phone was not reporting Wi-Fi or GPS data. You did not have any for that phone.
No, that phone was not reporting any location information to Google.
But based upon the Google records you had for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com, you were able to determine that Walmart track phone had accessed and associated with that homerjmaximus@gmail.com address.
Yes, ma'am. That phone accessed that Gmail account.
Okay. So when you're talking about the Walmart track phone, all you were able to map on that was cell tower use.
Yes, records from Verizon.
When we talk about the Walmart on September 25th of 2019, we have both the phone associated with Alex Cox, the 9120 phone that you mapped there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that mapping was again using the GPS and Wi-Fi.
Yes, ma'am. As reported to Google.
And that was, you were able to map that within as small as 16-meter radius.
Oh, yes.
I believe that's correct, but I'd have to look at the page to ensure the
Okay.
margin of error.
Just gonna throw this one up to make it even faster.
Yeah, so the most precise was the 16 meters.
So it's in the Walmart.
It's consistent with being in the Walmart.
So unless the Walmart's smaller than 16 meters, pretty likely it's there, especially given the number of hits that you had in that location.
I'll say that if I were looking for that device and it was, 7:15 right now, and that's the records that I was seeing, I would go inside the Walmart to look for that phone.
Okay. Now, on the other hand, you also had cell tower usage for the phone number for the phone associated to Lori Vallow, the 4652 number, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not have GPS or Wi-Fi for that.
Correct. That phone was never reporting location information to Google that I had.
So for that case, you were using cell tower data.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to determine that that phone was using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart at the same time as this phone is showing Wi-Fi location data at the Walmart.
Yeah, I think that was at 7:08 p.m. if I remember right.
So it would be in this time frame of 7:07 to 7:16,
Yes, ma'am, correct.
and we see over there 7:08. So basically, both of those two phones, the phone associated to Alex Cox and the phone associated to Lori Vallow, are either showing specifically Wi-Fi location data in the area of the Walmart or using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart.
Correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to rest.
All right, the state has rested. That means the state's done with its presentation of the evidence in this case. At this time, we'll take our noon recess. Please be back in the jury room, ready to go at about 1:20 p.m., please. 1:20 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
So,
rise for the jury.
I think up next is, they do talk for a few minutes, but then I think it's closing statements and verdict. But you guys, I have some tea to share with you, and I'll do that before we go into closing statements. Some Karen Reed tea. I've been waiting patiently to share. My mind is. Oh my God, come on.
Defendant intend on putting on a case. Any witnesses or testifying?
We plan on doing our Rule 20, Your Honor, and no.
Okay, go ahead with your Rule 20.
Can we do that when we get back from lunch?
Sure. If you're telling me you don't plan on testifying or you don't plan on calling witnesses, let's finalize the jury instructions though right now. Did you get a chance to look at those?
We did.
All right. Let me go to the state first. Why don't we do it this way? We'll just go through one page at a time to make sure everyone's on the same
Yeah, I wish
page.
she would.
So the cover page, then page 2 is duty of the court, evidence to be considered, rulings of the court. Those are standard. Any objections to those from the state?
Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Page 3, direct and circumstantial evidence, redacted exhibits, indictment not evidence, self-represented defendant. Any objection to those from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No. No.
Sorry, okay. Page 4, comments are not evidence. That was modified a little bit because the defendant represents herself. Credibility of witnesses, testimony of law enforcement officers, expert witnesses. Any objection to those from the state?
No.
Defense?
No objection.
Page 5, defendant need not produce evidence, defendant need not testify, voluntariness of defendant's statements, and then the start of the jury not to consider penalty. Again, all standard. Any objections from the state?
Judge, we actually have no statements by the defendant, so
That's true. We could probably delete that. There were, I think that's right. There were no statements, so I would intend on deleting that. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense?
No, we agree.
You agree that that should be deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Page 6, presumption of innocence, burden of proof, evidence of any kind, voluntary act. Any objection to those from the state?
No.
Defense?
No objection.
Page 7, the absence of other participant, motive, and then the charged offense starts with the charged offense and then defines what is first degree premeditated murder. Any objections from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No objection.
All right, page 8, a definition of premeditation. Then we have the elements of conspiracy, scope of proof of conspiracy, and proof of membership in a conspiracy. Any objection to those from the state?
No.
Membership.
Defense?
No objection.
Page 9, definitions, intentionally, knowingly, a part of the accomplice. Any objection to those from the state?
No.
Defense?
No objection.
Then top of page 10, accomplice, act, and I don't know why aggravated assault.
think
I
that's-
must have left that in from the last one. I'm going to delete aggravated assault. I think that was on the crime prevention from our last trial. So my mistake on having that in there. I'll delete that. Other than that, any objections from the state?
No.
Defense?
No objection.
And then we have the jury foreperson and the closing instruction. Any objection of those?
No.
Defense?
No objection.
And then we have a form of verdict. Any objection to that from the state?
No.
Defense?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No objection to it.
All right. Any others that I haven't included that the state has requested?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Your Honor, we would ask for mere presence just because they put up the videos of me being at the storage unit at that time.
Well, mere presence would apply to this crime scene itself.
I understand that,
I
but
would
I think
think.
it would cover it.
The jury should object.
I don't
Well,
think it's applicable, but I don't mind including it if the state agrees with the state's.
Given it's the conspiracy to be safe, I'm fine including it
Okay,
in there,
we'll add
Judge.
mere presence back. I think I had it last time. I will probably put that. How about if I put that right behind absence of other participant before motive? In that area, it makes sense, I think.
That's fine.
All right, any other additions?
That's
All right,
it,
so
Your
when
Honor.
we come back from lunch at 1:20, the defendant will do her Rule 20 motion. When this when the jury comes back in, I'll turn to the defendant who is telling me she's going to rest her case at that time, and I'll read the instructions, go right into closing arguments.
I'm invisible. You can't see me.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so before I zoom to closings, I wanted to show you guys. So Buffy and Angie both posted these in Discord. This is wild, you guys. So you remember how the Alberts like sold their house? Well, the people that lived there that ended up moving in, one didn't know what had happened there. And during the trial, they brought up the garage a lot. And I wondered why, because the theory has been that he went to the basement, but they brought up the garage several times with different witnesses on the stand. And so anyway, these people buy the Alberts house, right? And then the defense team has their own investigators. You remember he came and testified. I can't remember what his name was, right? But so the homeowners, the new homeowners, allowed the investigators to come into the house. And now apparently these photos were submitted to the courts, but they were denied in not allowing them in. And I think I might know why, because it was new owners. They didn't know how long it had been there. I can see why it was. But if this is true, it's going to blow your mind. Okay. So the first one I'm going to show you is from Aiden Kearney, aka Turtle Boy. This is inside the garage of 34 Fairview Road. This aligns with the patterns on John O'Keefe's head laceration. Now, don't worry, we'll make it a little bigger here for you. So that's in the garage. You know how many of us were like, where's all the blood at? They said he lost a lot of blood, but there really wasn't that much blood there where his body was. What? This is in the garage, by the way. And I guess, you know, the defense team tried to bring them in, but they were denied. I wouldn't know why. No, I do know why. I think it's the reason of new owners. They couldn't say exactly when that happened. I get it. But the defense did ask about the garage a lot. a lot, and I wondered why. And this makes a little bit more sense. So if true, could be something. Could be something. It could be blood. It could be paint. I mean, I don't know. But I thought that was very interesting to share. So I just wanted to share with you. Maybe I'm starting rumors. I don't know. But, okay. Well, it was stated that it was paint? Really? Okay. Well, that would have been, interesting to know. Also, paint covers blood, and then luminol can't pick it up per Google. That's interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Wasn't there that one trial? Wasn't it a Massachusetts trial? Where the woman, her wife or whatever, fell down the stairs, and then there was like paint all over her body. Oh, because that was the same place too, wasn't it? Interesting. Okay. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to share. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll go to closing statements. Let's see. Where are we?
Ms. Daybell, go ahead.
Okay. We're back.
With the Rule 20, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
The court must enter
She's tried
judgment
like
of
3
acquittal on
times.
any offense charged in an indictment if there is no substantial evidence to support a conviction. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires the state prove that I, 1, agreed with another, in this case Alex, that 1 or more of us would engage in conduct that equaled first-degree murder, and 2, that I intended to promote or assist in the conduct. The only evidence that has been presented simply establishes that I have been seen on video placing items into a storage unit. A phone that is connected to me through an email made phone calls during this time frame, and a Google search relating to Gilbert, Arizona. None of this evidence establishes that I agreed with Alex Cox to engage in conduct that equals first degree. The state has the burden of establishing all elements of an offense have been committed, and thus there is not substantial evidence to support a conviction.
All right. Does the state want to respond for the record?
Sure. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there is substantial evidence for a jury to find the defendant guilty of conspiring with Alex Cox to commit first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux. In this case, in determining if a conspiracy existed, the jury can look at the fact that the defendant went with Alex Cox to buy the burner phone, that she loaned her Jeep to him to be used, that she rented a storage unit, that she Googled how to remove the rear seat, that she hid the tire and seat, and that she created an alibi for her brother by having those 2 phones interact while he was in Gilbert, Arizona.
All right. The standard is whether a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty, whether there's substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The state has presented a compelling case that Alex Cox traveled to Gilbert, Arizona, and attempted to kill Mr. Boudreaux. There's other circumstantial evidence that establishes that the defendant was aware of Mr. Cox's plans and facilitated those plans and assisted in those plans in several different ways. It's ordered denying the motion for Rule 20. Anything else? All right, just confirming that the defendant doesn't intend on testifying or calling any witnesses.
Correct. I would like to again just admit the letter from Tammy. It was marked.
Did we
Just
get it
wanted to
marked?
let you know that.
Okay, 203, for purposes of maintaining the record and any appeal issues, 203 would be admitted for the record, but not to the jury. Anything else? All right, let's bring the jurors in. I'll turn to the defendant when the jury's sat, and the defendant presumably will say that she rests as well. Thank you.
They implied that Chad was a part of this conspiracy as well. I wonder why. I mean, Chad is on death row in Idaho for the children and his wife's family. So maybe it'd be too expensive, and it has. Oh, stop with your coughing, Lori. Jesus. Maybe it'd be too costly, I guess, to charge him for this. But they really did imply that Chad had something to do with it. So, yeah, don't look that up if you don't know what it means.
Be seated when you get to your seat. All right, thank you. The jury is now present. Everyone can be seated. The defense has rested before lunch. I'll now turn to the state rested before lunch. I'll now turn to the defense.
The defense also rests, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, we are going to hand out the final jury instructions. My assistant will hand those to the jurors. Do the parties already have their copies?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. All right, come on.
All right, it looks like all jurors have copies of the final jury instructions. Much like the preliminary instructions, you're free to follow along or just listen. I'm going to read these instructions as required. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case by applying these jury instructions to the facts as you determine them. You must follow these jury instructions. They are the rules you should use to decide this case. It is your duty to determine what the facts are in the case by determining what actually happened. Determine the facts only from the evidence produced in court. When I say evidence, I mean the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits introduced in court. You should not guess about any fact. You must not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. You must not be concerned with any opinion that you feel I have about the facts. You as jurors are the sole judges of what happened. You must consider all these instructions. Do not pick out one instruction or part of one and ignore the others. As you determine the facts, however, you may find that some instructions no longer apply. You must then consider the instructions that do apply together with the facts as you have determined them. You are to determine what the facts in the case are from the evidence produced in court. If the court sustained an objection to a lawyer's question, you must disregard it and any answer given. Any testimony stricken from the court record must not be considered. Admission of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. I've applied those rules during the trial and resolved any issues concerning the admission of evidence. If an objection to a question was sustained, you must disregard the question and you must not guess what the answer to the question might have been. If an exhibit was offered into evidence and an objection to it was sustained, you must not consider that exhibit as evidence. If testimony was ordered stricken from the record, you must not consider that testimony for any purpose. If evidence was admitted for a limited purpose, you shall consider that evidence only for that limited purpose. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my rulings on the admission of evidence. Do not regard those rulings as any indication from me of the credibility or weight you should give to any evidence that has been admitted. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a witness who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It is for you to determine the importance to be given to the evidence regardless of whether it is direct or circumstantial. Some of the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence have had portions deleted from them for legal reasons. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons why some portions of the exhibits have been deleted. Do not speculate upon what the deleted portions might or might not reveal. The state has charged the defendant with a crime. A charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think the defendant is guilty just because of a charge. The defendant has pled not guilty. This plea of not guilty means that the state must prove each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant in this case represents herself. All instructions I read to you that include references to lawyers or attorneys apply equally to the defendant's self-representation at trial. The defendant's decision to represent herself should not be considered by you when determining the facts. In their opening statements, the prosecutor and the defendant talk to you about the law and the evidence. In a few minutes, the prosecutor and the defendant will give their closing arguments and will talk about the law and the evidence. What they said or say is not evidence because it is not sworn testimony, but it may help you to understand the law and the evidence. In deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. You may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. In evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life, including such factors as the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testified to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness had any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before a trial or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in the light of the other evidence. Consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, common sense, and experience. The testimony of a law enforcement officer is not entitled to any greater or lesser importance or believability merely because of the fact that the witness is a law enforcement officer. You are to consider the testimony of a police officer just as you would the testimony of any other witness. A witness qualified as an expert by education or experience may state opinions on matters in that witness's field of expertise and may also state reasons for those opinions. Expert opinion testimony should be judged just as any other testimony. You are not bound by it. You may accept it or reject it in whole or in part, and you should give it as much credibility and weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's qualifications and experience, the reasons given for the opinions, and all the other evidence in the case. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to produce any evidence is not evidence of guilt. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. You must not conclude that the defendant is likely to be guilty because the defendant did not testify. The defendant is not required to testify. The decision on whether or not to testify is left to the defendant. You must not let this choice affect your deliberations in any way. You must decide whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty by determining what the facts in the case are and applying these jury instructions. You must not consider the possible punishment when deciding on guilt. Punishment is left to the judge. The law does not require a defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. You must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This means the state must prove each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not, or that its truth is highly probable. In criminal cases such as this, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence. The defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. The decision on whether to produce any evidence is left to the defendant. The defendant's decision not to produce evidence is not evidence of guilt. Before you may convict the defendant of the charged crime, you must find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a voluntary act. A voluntary act means a bodily movement performed consciously and as a result of effort and determination. You must consider all the evidence in deciding whether the defendant committed the act voluntarily. The only matter for you to determine is whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant's guilt or innocence is not affected by the fact that another person or persons might have participated or cooperated in the crime and is not on trial now. You should not guess about the reason any other person is absent from the courtroom. Guilt cannot be established by the defendant's mere presence at a crime scene, mere association with another person at a crime scene, or mere knowledge that a crime is being committed. The fact that the defendant may have been present or knew that a crime was being committed does not in and of itself make the defendant guilty of the crime charged. One who is merely present is a passive observer who lacked criminal intent and did not participate in the crime. The state need not prove motive, but you may consider motive or lack of motive in reaching your verdict. I will now tell you about the crime with which the defendant is charged. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires proof that the defendant, on or about October 2nd, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid in the commission of first-degree murder, agreed with Alexander Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct constituting the offense of first-degree murder. The crime of first-degree premeditated murder requires proof that a person, 1, caused the death of another person, and 2, intended or knew that he or she would cause the death of another person, and 3, acted with premeditation. Premeditation means that the defendant intended to kill another human being or knew she or a co-conspirator would kill another human being, and that after forming that intent or knowledge, reflected on the decision before killing. It is this reflection, regardless of the length of time in which it occurs, that distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. An act is not done with premeditation if it is the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. The time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged, and the space of time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. The crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires proof, 1, the defendant agreed with one or more persons that one of them or another person would engage in certain conduct, and 2, the defendant intended to promote or assist in the commission of such conduct, and 3, the intended conduct would constitute the crime of first-degree murder, and the defendant knew that such conduct was a crime. To prove a conspiracy, it is not necessary to show a formal meeting or an express agreement. A conspiracy may be inferred from circumstances showing a common criminal objective and does not require proof that all means set forth in the charging document were agreed upon or actually used, nor that every person involved was a member of the conspiracy. One may become a member of a conspiracy without full knowledge of all the details of the conspiracy. On the other hand, a person who has no knowledge of a conspiracy but happens to act in a way that furthers some object of the conspiracy does not thereby become a conspirator. Before you find that a defendant or any other person was a member of a conspiracy, the evidence must show beyond a reasonable doubt that the conspiracy was knowingly formed and that the defendant or other person knowingly participated in the unlawful plan with the intent to promote or assist the carrying out of the conspiracy. One who knowingly joins an existing conspiracy is as responsible as an originator or instigator of the conspiracy. A person understanding the unlawful character of a plan who knowingly encourages, advises, or assists the undertaking thereby also becomes a conspirator. In determining whether a conspiracy exists, you should consider the actions and statements of all the alleged participants. However, in determining whether a particular defendant was a member of the conspiracy, you should consider only that person's acts and statements. A person cannot be bound by the acts or statements of the other participants until it is established that a conspiracy existed and that person was one of its members. Intentionally or with the intent to means that a person's objective is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Intent may be inferred from all the facts and circumstances disclosed by the evidence. It need not be established exclusively by direct sensory proof. The existence of intent is one of the questions of fact for your determination. Knowingly, willfully, or knew means that a person is aware or believes that his or her conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists. It does not require any knowledge of the unlawfulness of the act or omission. If the state is required to prove that the defendant acted knowingly, that requirement is satisfied if the state proves that the defendant acted intentionally. A defendant is criminally accountable for the conduct of another if the defendant is an accomplice of such other person in the commission of the offense, including any offense that is a natural and probable or reasonably foreseeable consequence of the offense for which the person was an accomplice. Accomplice means a person who, with the intent to promote or facilitate the commission of the offense, does any of the following. 1, solicits or commands another person to commit the offense, or 2, aids, counsels, agrees to aid, or attempts to aid another person in planning or committing the offense, or 3, provides means or opportunity to another person to commit the offense. Act means bodily movement. The case will soon be submitted to you for your decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a foreperson. The role of the jury foreperson is important, but please remember that the foreperson's opinion about the case is not more important than that of the other jurors. The opinions of each juror count equally. The jury foreperson's responsibilities include the following. Make sure every member of the jury is present during the discussions and deliberations. 2, make sure that the deliberations are conducted respectfully and that all issues are fully discussed. The discussions should be open and free so that every juror may participate. 3, all jurors should be allowed to state their views about the case and what they think the verdict should be and why. 4, all members must agree unanimously on any verdict. Therefore, the foreperson should count the votes to ensure that every juror has voted. 5, if you reach a verdict, fill out the verdict form and then sign the form on behalf of the jury. 6, if the jury reaches a verdict, the foreperson will inform the courtroom assistant. When the jury returns to the courtroom, the foreperson will bring the signed or unsigned verdict form as well as any question forms that may have been used. 7, when you return to the courtroom, the court will ask the foreperson whether the jury has reached any verdict. The foreperson will respond yes or no. The foreperson is not expected to read any verdict to the court. That will be done by the clerk. In just a few minutes, you will hear the closing arguments in this case. After that, the case will be submitted to you for decision. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and the approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the courtroom assistant. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have any question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note and consult with the parties before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or social media to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about the case until I accept your verdict. 12 of you must agree on a verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 12 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson needs sign the verdict form on the line marked jury foreperson. You will be given one form of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows. There is no significance to the order in which the options of guilty and not guilty are listed on the verdict form. At the back, this is the sample verdict form. You'll get an official verdict form from the clerk, but this is the sample verdict. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019 as follows. Check only one, and the options are not guilty or guilty. The state can proceed with the closing argument. Trey, the mic up there.
So simple. Look at that. All right.
We're going to
Close
put
the
a mic
argument.
up on the podium.
Trina's ready. She's got this. I know Trina's not everybody's favorite because she talks real slow, but she knows her stuff. Look at her walking up there like, I am ready.
Yeah.
But you see how normal those jury instructions are?
Who would want to kill you?
Hmm.
That is a question that Officer Mary Ann Robb
Bah, sorry. For some reason, StreamYard was like, nope, nope. But I'm here. I'm back. We're all fine. Don't worry. I paused it. I'll even go back a few seconds. I don't know why I did that, but I thought I figured it all out yesterday by changing my Chrome, like uninstalling and reinstalling it. Didn't work. So I'll figure all that out over the weekend. But anyway, all right, let's get this back up and going. It's one of those days. One of those days. All right, and make big. There we go. Oh, that wasn't right. There we go. And we're back, friends.
That is a question that Officer Mary Ann Robb asked Brandon when she first arrived. That's a question that Detective Hiller asked Brandon when he spoke with him. Brandon Boudreaux gave the exact same answer to both of these officers. He gave them two names. Lori Vallow, the woman seated over here, and Alexander Cox. He told them that he believed his shooting had something to do with an incident that occurred in Chandler in July of 2019, a couple months before this. He pointed them to that. He told them that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas and that the Jeep used in this shooting was from Texas. And then he told them what happened, how he had come home that morning. This Jeep was parked unusually close to his driveway, waiting. That he noticed there was no tire on the back, that he noticed that Texas license plate, that it was a two-door Wrangler, and then he noticed that window go up. He saw the rifle come out. He saw what he believed was a silencer at the end, and then he heard and saw that bullet that hit the frame of his car, shattering the window right near his ear.
I survived.
Causing that loud bang that he heard when that struck right near his head, mere inches away from him. Brandon drove off and called 911, actually panting in panic from what he had just experienced. This defendant's co-conspirator also drove off to try to escape, immediately calling this defendant's
I don't know anymore, Sonny. I don't know.
soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybel, and Googling a way to get back to Idaho Falls, sort of through back roads. The names that Brandon Boudreaux gave the police were correct, but Brandon had no idea of the amount of planning that had gone on leading up to this October 2nd shooting. As you've seen and heard in this trial, much of this conspiracy, this planning, this premeditation occurred in Idaho. So what I'd like to do is go through the evidence, discuss it all together in a timeline that might make a little more sense than the presentation during trial, and show you how it all fits together. Show you how all of this evidence points to one conclusion, that this defendant was involved in that conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Next, I'd like to talk to you about the jury instructions. Go through some of them specifically, and then talk to you how this evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And finally, I want to talk to you about, I'll call them so-called defenses. Maybe that there was no shooting at all. Perhaps Melanie did it, or maybe just that this defendant wasn't involved. And we'll discuss those options. So let's start with a timeline that you heard from the beginning of this trial starts around June 25th, when Brandon Boudreaux learns that this defendant has been feeding lies to his then wife, Melanie. She has been telling Melanie things like Brandon hacked into her computer, that Brandon was gay, that Brandon was trying to take her temple recommend away. Brandon told you that he had heard these things from Charles too, this defendant's husband at the time, who had told Brandon that his wife, Lori Vallow, was telling Brandon's wife lies. What did we learn from this? Brandon, in fact, texted Lori about this, told her, why are you spreading these lies about me? Why are you destroying my marriage? And as you learned, she didn't respond. Then you heard about that July 11th, 2019 incident in Chandler, Arizona, the one that Brandon, both to Officer Rob and to Detective Pillar, said, this has to do with this incident. What you learned from Detective Duncan, who came here, was that on July 11th, there was an incident. Lori Vallow was there. It was at her house, and Alex Cox was there. In her garage was that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas plates LWD 0997. And you learned that Alex Cox has his own vehicle. He doesn't need to borrow his sister's. He can drive his truck anywhere he wants. As Brandon's divorce is progressing, and he's seeking a mediator and working through that, this defendant and her brother moved to Rexburg, Idaho. You were provided with various documents from search warrants, both through Detective Duncan and Lieutenant Hermosillo, through lolly time iCloud accounts for this defendant, showing that she had emailed Blue Skies, that she rented an apartment up there. We see that she was searching for areas up there. We also saw that her brother, Alex Cox, moved right up there with her. Now, you heard from Brandon that part of their divorce, Melanie moved into her own residence, and they put their community home up for sale. And on September 13th, when their home had sold, but it was still pending, he rented that house at 3875 East Phelps Street. He told just a handful of people that address. Melanie Boudreaux asked for it on September 17th, and he provided it to her. Why wouldn't he? The only other people who knew that address were his two neighbors and a couple of friends, 5 people. But the only one that knew this defendant and Alex Cox, the woman that she referred to as her mom, that was her mom figure, this defendant, Lori Vallow, is the only one that would have known that address so that Alex could go there later. We know that on September 25th, Brandon moved into that residence. And he moved in early because his then soon-to-be ex-wife was leaving out of town. We know in the same time period, Melanie knows the address. The plan is already starting. Alex is searching for places to shoot. He's also looking for tent shops, not a tent shop for his Ford F-150, because if you lay in the back of the truck, of course all the neighbors can see you. He is going to borrow this defendant, his sister's Jeep, Melanie Boudreaux's mom. And so he finds a place that will tint that Jeep as dark as possible, so that even in the daylight, no one can see into the back, so he can lie in wait. Oops. Oh. All right. We saw that not only does Alex search for and get to Dan's windows, and this is important. You may say, well, who cares? Of course we know that. We heard from Dan Moss. But when you start thinking about the other searches to these Gmail accounts and you want to authenticate them, you know that these are legit. Why? Because here's Alex searching how to get to Dan's, and then what does he do? He shows up there with this defendant's Jeep so that it can be tinted. What do we know? We know again from Dan that they spent $200. They're in Idaho. This Jeep is already tinted. Why would you ever put additional tint on that Jeep? It's not even your primary car. We see Lori Vallow driving her little Nissan Rogue all over the place because you need a vehicle that you can hide in the back of and that you can shoot out that back window from. The burner phone. We heard this morning from Nick Balance, and he talked to you about both the records that you have seen that were admitted, as well as now
Well, thank you, Terry
the
Kay,
Google
for gifting a
location data
membership.
and cell phone analysis.
Congrats to
What
whoever
do we
got
know
that.
that on September
Thank you
25th,
again.
when that burner phone was purchased at that Walmart, Alex Cox's phone is there, and Lori Vallow's phone is using a cell tower in that area. They drive out of town to a different Walmart to go buy this phone. Lori Vallow doesn't live in Idaho Falls. She lives in Rexburg, but her phone is in Idaho Falls talking with Melanie Boudreaux. What do we know the next day? Alex Cox activates that burner phone. That burner phone is only going to be used for one trip. The trip to Gilbert, Arizona and back. This is what you learned from Nick Balance this morning. That again, Alex Cox's phone tied to that Google account is showing right there in the Walmart. This defendant's phone is also in Idaho Falls, utilizing a tower at that Walmart. Then we know on the 26th, when we're activating this phone, Melanie Boudreaux flies up here to be with the defendant. We know at this time, Brandon Boudreaux has the kids, and we know that they have an agreement. Brandon will keep them Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Wednesday, October 2nd, he will hand them back to her, and they will stay with her. So when he's shot and killed, it won't matter because she'll have the kids. It'll be fine. They know, because it's the plan, that their youngest gets dropped off every morning. Brandon will pull up to the park and let her know he's there. And so all of this information is known. Now, how do we know it's known? We know by the timing. And so we'll go through that. But remember, this is when Melanie's coming up and spending 3 days with this defendant. She has to be back Monday. Why? Because she's going to take the kids like she always does. Again, we have Alex Cox preparing for this shooting. We know he's not only practicing, but he's trying to figure out trajectory. What do we know? That this is a moving car. Alex Cox is going to have to try to fire out the back of a Jeep at a moving car. And ladies and gentlemen, he came pretty close to being successful at that. We know that Melanie flies back to Arizona. And then we have the beginning of the trip. And the beginning of this defendant starting the giant alibi defense that she does. Why would anyone ever take someone's cell phone and carry it around with them? Why would you take someone's cell phone and do that? Why would you make phone calls between each other other than to ensure that it looks like Alex Cox is still in Idaho? They think he has a burner phone. No one will even know. Great idea, other than we know he hooked it up to his Google account. So we know that the afternoon of the 30th, Alex takes his phone over to his sister's apartment. And it stays there or with this defendant until he returns on the 3rd. We know that at about 5:15, Lori Vallow searches how to remove the back seat of the Jeep. Alex Cox still is there, and now she is helping him get ready for his trip. She has his phone, she's giving him her Jeep, and she is helping him make it more comfortable so he can lie in wait in the back. They had to remove the tire, and they had to remove that back seat. We know that sometime that evening, Alex Cox leaves Idaho and moves towards Gilbert. We heard from Detective Pillar that there was an LPR reading for that Texas license plate LWD 0997 at around 8:10 outside of Rexburg, Idaho. We know from the balance that there is no phone activity until we see the phone arrive in Arizona. We also know that the Jeep is in Arizona. So we have the burner phone and the Jeep, and Alex Cox is Googling in Arizona. Holbrook, we see that LPR reader showing the Jeep with no tire on the back, so they can open that rear window exactly as Brandon explained. This defendant's Jeep. What do we know is that, again, the burner phone is calling one person, this defendant's husband, Chad Daybel. We see that Alex Cox is in Arizona with other physical evidence. What is that? It's that receipt from Los Favoritos that was recovered inside the Jeep in Idaho. So we know the Jeep is down here. As much as the defendant wants to tell you about colors or whatever else, her Jeep was here in Mesa on October 1st of 2019. We can just stop pretending that didn't happen. We know as well, when we look at those Google records, we're trying to authenticate them, that the Los Favoritos was on Power Road in Mesa, and after having lunch, Alex Cox Googled another location on Power Road. Now, this defendant, in aiding this conspiracy and helping her brother, starts by renting that storage unit. Now, she rents that on October 1st. She also still is in possession of her brother's phone. So this way it looks like Alex Cox is going with her to the storage unit. She's providing that alibi because they don't think that the burner phone has hooked into this Google account. They don't know about the LPR readers. They don't think about the receipt.
They don't think about a lot of things.
So Lori Vallow provides his alibi and she brings the phone with her. And we know that Alex Cox's phone is with this defendant as she's renting a storage unit. Even though we know from the video, he's not there. She's alone. When you watch these videos, and if you want to, they're obviously admitted, you will see one person get in and out of that car, and one person go into the storage unit. That one person is this defendant, Lori Vallow. So even though Alex Cox's phone is here, that's just a ruse. That's her aiding, that's her conspiring, that's her trying to cover up this murder for her brother, who is the shooter. What we know as well is by October 1st, we know the Jeep and Alex Cox are here in Arizona. And we know that that evening of October 1st, he Googles that address. The address that only 5 people knew. The address that this defendant's niece, the person she said she's like a mom for, that's where her ex-husband or soon-to-be ex-husband is living. He Googles 3875 East Phelps Street, even with the zip code into it. And then he gets directions there, getting prepared, knowing where he needs to go the next morning. Why? Because again, Melanie and Brandon have a very set schedule, and they know that Brandon's going to drop off the kids and then meet Melanie to pass off their youngest, and Alex will be waiting at home. We know the next morning, Alex Cox Googles again the address for Brandon's home. We know that that morning, Alex Cox's
Pretty much.
burner phone is utilizing towers near this defendant's niece, Brandon Boudreaux's soon-to-be ex-wife's home, Melanie Boudreaux. And we know that the calls that he is having are with this defendant's husband, Chad Daybel. And we know that by 7:22, Alex is moving towards Brandon's home. He knows that Brandon is going to be leaving to take the kids to school because Melanie knows the schedule. And he will be waiting when the kids are dropped off. The morning of October 2nd, Brandon has a very normal schedule. He's got to get his kids to school. He leaves around 7:25. He drops off his first kids at school, and then he meets with Melanie and drops off their youngest. Melanie does not know that Brandon is going to work out. Normally, he'd go home. Alex would be waiting there. But instead, he went to the gym. Now again, we've heard a lot of questioning of whether or not a Jeep existed there or not, but we all know that it's this defendant's Jeep. But we also know that a neighbor across the street saw the Jeep there, and not only saw it, but knew something was wrong. He told you that it was parked on the wrong side of the road, nose to nose with that white van, that it was running, that it had really dark tint. And in fact, he told you he was so thinking it was out of place that he actually looked in his rearview mirror to try to just see what the license plate was, and he noted it was a Texas license plate. He told you it was just a dark Jeep, whatever color that is. And we know at this time period again, this defendant's co-conspirator's burner phone is still calling one person, and that is Chad Daybel, this defendant's husband. Now, we know that this defendant has been carrying around Alex Cox's phone, the phone subscribed to him, the one that if you looked at, you'd be like, oh, there's where Alex Cox is. Look at that Wi-Fi. She's been carrying it around, and now she knows if at 7:40 there's going to be a handoff of the kids, we need to make the alibi, 8 o'clock. And so at 8:02 Arizona time, she has Alex Cox's phone call her phone, and there's a fake 24-minute call. Look, Alex couldn't have done that. He's up here in Idaho with me. Of course, Brandon was at the gym, so it's a little early. But still, it's an alibi. Can't have run down to Arizona in those next 40 or so minutes. So we know, of course, that while that fake call is going on, the Idaho Falls burner phone is in Gilbert, utilizing cell towers that are in the area of 3875 East Phelps, and Lori Vallow's Jeep is parked right outside of Brandon's house, waiting for him to return home. We know that 20 minutes before Alex Cox shoots at Brandon, Lori Vallow's phone gets a call from Melanie Boudreaux. Here they are, still talking and conspiring, trying to figure out what's going on. Where is Brandon? Brandon returns home about 9:13. Alex Cox has been waiting there now for almost 2 hours. He returns home and sees that Jeep. Just like Robert Abitamarco, he notices it being parked really close to his driveway and it stands out to him. And of course, then he sees that window open and that barrel come out and this gun shoot at him and almost hit him. We know from Lynette Mendoza, who had a Ring camera, that just a few seconds before that shooting, her Ring camera had shown a black car, and you just see a bleep of it in the beginning as it kind of jumps, go by that corner. And then a few seconds later, you hear that loud bang. When you look at the time on that Ring camera that you have admitted, it matches up with that 911 call with when Brandon is calling in to say he's just been shot at. Like Brandon said.
I knew that was coming, but it still scared me anyway.
You've heard a lot about the color of this Jeep. Even when we look at photos of the exact same Jeep here, they all look a little different. You have the DEA one that looks almost silver or brown, I don't know. You have an upper one from Chandler that looks a different gray with a dark gray, and then you have the one from Dan Moss that looks more greeny colored. What do we all know? They all have the same license plate on them. They're all this defendant's Jeep. So when we're talking about
different color, sorry,
that's just everyone's perspective. What do we know in actuality? That Brandon's Tesla was shot by a large round, that it hit the corner of that glass that went up into the frame of his vehicle, that it left a divot in the glass, and that somehow the police, in trying to search a giant block radius, were not able to recover those pieces of the projectile. We only have a few fragments of it. But everyone who has worked these scenes knows that's a bullet hole, and those were projectile fragments. And that was a gun that Brandon saw, and that's a shot that he heard. Immediately after hitting Brandon, Alex Cox takes off and is searching for directions out of there. And you saw those, and you saw a map as he went east, and those matched with the cell phone and cell tower records that Nick Balance told you about. Brandon is on the phone with 911. Alex Cox is fleeing because he knows Brandon's alive. We know that the other part is that while this is going on, while Alex is searching for his way home and has been talking to Chad Daybel, knowing now that Brandon's alive, what do? They go hide the tire and hide the seat. So the timing of those videos when Chad Daybel, person who is talking to Alex Cox, and this defendant go to the storage unit is as Alex Cox is calling him and telling him whatever as he's fleeing to go home. So we know that they arrive there, and you can watch these. By they, I mean Chad Daybel and Lori Vallow. And we know that they bring in a tire and what looks like a seat. you can actually see Chad rolling the tire in. And again, why is this important? This is this defendant who has helped take the tire and seat out of her Jeep to make it available for her brother to take his guns down to Arizona to shoot at her niece's soon-to-be ex-husband. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about this conspiracy. As time goes on after the shooting, we know that, again, that burner phone and that Jeep are returning back to Idaho. In fact, Alex Googles all the way to Idaho Falls Airport. He knows how to get home from there. While he's doing that, again, we're having the storage unit. Let me do this. What do we know as the Jeep is coming back? It's back in Idaho and around Rexburg around the time of 3:54 and 4:28 when LPR readers note the Jeep back up there. What do both this defendant and Alex Cox do? They're both searching, trying to get the news. Brandon shot? Did he die? Did he live? What happened? Do they have leads? And again, when we talk about the Jeep and this idea that somehow it's not this defendant's Jeep, that she wasn't involved in this, we know that there was gunshot residue, characteristic particles that are unique to just gunshot residue located in the back of this Jeep, not on the seat or the floor, but on the windows. Why? Because when a gun is shot inside of a car, that dust goes everywhere. And that's why they were able to collect that. But do we know that even though this is the defendant's Jeep, Alex Cox's DNA is on it? So let's talk about the jury instructions. I want to go through a few of them in specifics and then talk to you about the charges. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof, as we should, and we always will. You're told that the burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're told that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. That there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. When we talk about reasonable doubt and that burden of proof, I want to start with what it isn't. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not proof beyond all doubt. It's not proof beyond all possible doubt. It's proof beyond any reasonable doubt. And I'll give an example. When Kyle Mueller was on the stand and he was questioned about gunshot residue, he was asked, for instance, if a bunch of hairspray could cause the GSR in the car. And he said, well, maybe like one of the particles, but not all three. So maybe if all they had found, possibly you could say that was a doubt, but is it a reasonable doubt that hairspray caused the GSR in the car? No. So let's talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. And that's because we have a mixture of both here. So direct evidence is evidence that a witness saw, heard, or otherwise sensed an event. What Brandon told you about that happened that day. What Robert Abotamarco told you about. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. And you're told the law makes no difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. So I'm going to give you an example here as well, so that we can understand what you can do with circumstantial evidence and why it is so important. Assume you are seated on a beach, and it's in a cove, and you can see on each side, you lose sight of people. While you're sitting there, you're the only person on the beach, there's no footsteps there, and you see a person come from your left, walk in front of you and go to your right. They go around a corner, you lose sight of them. A couple of minutes later, someone comes in and says, hey, did you see anyone come by? And you say, yeah, they just went that way. That is direct evidence. You saw it. Now imagine you're on that same beach, same situation. Sand is smooth, you close your eyes for 5 minutes. When you open them, you see footsteps now on the beach. You can see the toes and the heel. So you can see the direction as it crossed again from your left to your right, but you don't see a person at all there. You know, your eyes have been closed for about 5 minutes. Someone comes up and says, hey, has anyone gone by? And you go, yeah, I mean, in the last 5 minutes, someone went that way. That is called circumstantial evidence. And you are able to infer from that that someone went by. So let's talk about the crime. The conspiracy to commit first-degree murder requires that the defendant on or about October 2nd, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid in the commission of first-degree murder, agreed with Alexander Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct that constituted first-degree murder. I'm going to go through a few things, then I'm going to talk about them all together, because these jury instructions really have to be considered as one. So conspiracy. When we're talking about conspiracy, we're talking about the defendant agreeing with Alex Cox and others to engage in that conduct, first-degree murder. That she had to intend to promote or assist, and that's going to be very important here, in the commission of that conduct. She doesn't have to be the shooter, she has to promote or assist it. And that the intended conduct would constitute the crime of first-degree murder. Again, doesn't have to be completed. That's why it's conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Proof of the membership. You're told that one may become a member of a conspiracy without knowing every detail. She doesn't have to know how long Alex is waiting there, what type of bullets he's going to use. The evidence must show beyond a reasonable doubt that the conspiracy was knowingly formed and that the defendant or other persons participated in the unlawful plan with the intent to promote or assist the carrying out of the conspiracy. In determining whether a conspiracy exists, you should consider the actions and statements of all of the alleged participants. So you're going to have to look at everything and look at what this defendant did to promote or assist that conspiracy. So, first-degree murder. Again, I'm going to just note that conspiracy means the parties agreed to engage in that conduct, so it doesn't mean there has to be a death. They are conspiring to kill someone. So we know that someone shot at Brandon Boudreaux and came very close to causing his death. They have to intend or knew that he or she would cause the death of another person, which when you are shooting at them with a rifle, that is what you are intending or knowing. And they acted with premeditation. Talk about premeditation and then we'll wrap it all together to discuss. So premeditation means that they intended to kill another person and that they formed an intent or knowledge and then reflected on it. Now, in Arizona, premeditation does not require some long, drawn-out plan. Reflection can be very fast. But in this case, we have premeditation that is days and weeks before this. We're talking about September 23rd, 24th, 25th, all the way through up to October 2nd. So this premeditation is above and beyond what is required.
Oh, I think it was being planned way back in July.
This defendant started helping when they went to buy that burner phone, when she loaned her Jeep to allow it to be tinted, when she Googled how to remove that rear seat, and they took off the tire, and she kept it with her. Then she rented a storage unit and put it in there. When she kept her brother's cell phone and kept it with her as she went around Idaho. And when she made that call between those two phones, right around the time of when the shooting was supposed to occur. That is the aiding and the promoting done by this defendant. That is her acts. That is the conspiracy. But again, you look at all of the evidence to see how does that fit in. It's not just someone holding someone's phone. If that were it, sure, we might wonder what's going on. But you can't look at these facts simple and separate. You have to look at the actions of everyone and see how that fits in with all the evidence in this case. This defendant didn't just go buy a phone at Walmart and that was that. This defendant didn't just rent a storage unit and put her own personal property in there. This defendant didn't just decide to loan her Jeep to her brother and then decide to take the rear tire off it and the interior seat out of it. She did all of these things to aid and promote this first-degree murder. When we're talking about defenses in this case, there are potential ones we'll talk about. We've heard in this trial that maybe there was no shooting. There's not even a first-degree murder because I believe there were some thoughts about that the hole in his car was made by a tire iron or whatever other defenses there were. But what do we know? Yes, there's a shooting here. Brandon's car has a bullet hole in it. There are fragments from that bullet hole in there. There's damage to his glass consistent with that location of the bullet hole in his car. Brandon called 911 out of breath from the fear of having just been shot when that bullet hit the frame of his car right near his head and shattered that window next to him. The Ring camera and that gunshot that you heard. Robert Abitamarco putting the Jeep there is idling there. So, is that a defense? No. There was a shooting. So what else? We've heard something about Melanie doing it. She had a financial motive. And I'm not here to tell you that Melanie wasn't involved in this. I'm telling you that this defendant was also involved in this. When we talk about a conspiracy to commit murder, there can be multiple people involved in that conspiracy. There were multiple people involved in that conspiracy. Melanie Boudreaux is the only one that had the address. So yes, she was involved. But was she it? No. This defendant helped ensure that her brother could help Melanie by killing off her soon-to-be ex-husband, by loaning him the Jeep, by helping make the Jeep available and accessible to fire out of, removing that rear tire, removing the seat, allowing him to put the dark tint on it, and taking it with him. And then providing that alibi over those days while he was gone to help cover up that he was the shooter. I think she also said maybe she's not responsible for what her brother has done. But we know she is responsible. She is a co-conspirator. She is assisting, she is promoting in this crime. We know from the 25th on, she is helping to get the phone, to get ready, to make the Jeep ready, to cover up for her brother, to hide those extra parts, to Google how to even get the Jeep ready, and eventually also trying to figure out what went wrong so they could then determine what to do after. Brandon Boudreaux knew who was involved. He may not have seen who did this. The defendant has tried to explain away the evidence and questioning witnesses, asking if it's possible for a single piece of evidence to mean something other than what everyone knows it means. Is it possible that a Coke bottle broke in the street and one little shard stayed there right where Brandon Boudreaux's Tesla was located when it was shot? A shard that looks just like the glass from his car in the driveway, inside the seats. Is it possible that a tire iron made that bullet hole in the Tesla? Is it possible that the GSR in the Jeep is hairspray and fireworks? Is it possible that a Jeep with Texas plates belonged to someone else who wanted to kill Brandon? Is it possible that Alex was in Idaho and called her on October 2nd at 8:02 for those 24 minutes? Don't fall for the defendant's questions about what is possible when the evidence shows exactly what occurred. The only explanation when we look at all of the evidence together is that this defendant conspired with her brother and others to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux. The state asks you to look at all of the evidence, not just the is it possibles, and find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right, the defense can give its closing argument.
Oh boy. Here we go, guys. Buckle up. Hi, Simone. Oh, Misfit. Hello. Question we all have.
When a family breaks apart, it is a tragedy, with the devastation far-reaching, affecting many people. I am not exempt from tragedy, none of us are. But what we learn from it is most important. Because of this experience, I've studied the law and the judicial system, and that knowledge will stay with me forever. When we experience tragedy, we can grow stronger from the experiences, and then those experiences are not all negative.
What?
You would think that often people in my position would feel defensive or angry. And from where I'm standing, I understand that very well. But I don't feel any of those things. You have watched me under pressure, under scrutiny, and even under attack. And I have shown you that I'm not on any of those things.
I'm going to object to character evidence and testimony that's not in evidence.
Ms. Daybel, can I have you pull that microphone a little closer, please?
You can't be upset with people who are forced to look at your life from a distance or judge it through a lens that's being intentionally distorted or being at least very limited. Like the lens the state has shown you on this event. There's so much more going on that is not included to your view. The law prevents some of these things from being shared
I'm
in
going to
trial.
object, Your Honor, to improper.
Sustained.
You have seen opinions formed by strangers trying to put together a narrative. I have shown you that basically there is no defense to what a person did not do or did not participate in. Other than what you've seen, which is no evidence that I made an agreement to commit a crime, because no such evidence exists. So I'm not defensive. I'm not angry. Nobody has all the pieces to this puzzle. It is complex. Like most families, this is a complex issue.
What?
And like the state, I was not there. But there is no agreement, no plan, no game. I am no stranger to tragedy. The breaking up of a family is tragedy. On June 25th, 2019, Brandon Boudreaux decided that I was responsible for his family tragedy.
Oh,
And I'm really sorry that he feels that way.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object again to testimony.
All right, the jury is reminded that what is said in closing statements or closing arguments is not evidence, it is not testimony. The intent of the closing argument is for each side to argue what the evidence shows. Go ahead.
I did and have supported my niece Melanie when she suffered tragedy as a young child and during this terribly difficult time in 2019. We read the text from Brandon to me on June 25th, 2019, where he claims that he will never stop until he proves that I am responsible. Well, here we are, almost 6 years later, and I'm charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. In order to have a conspiracy, 2 or more people have to make an agreement to commit a crime. There is no such agreement between me and my brother Alex, although I did love my brother Alex.
And I'm going to object again, Your Honor, to testifying.
Sustained.
There is no agreement that was shown to you between myself and Melanie Boudreaux, although I love Melanie.
And I'm going to object again to testifying.
Sustained.
I cannot tell you what happened that day on October 2nd, 2019, because I was not there.
And I'm going to again object to testifying, and please strike everything the defendant has said.
All right. The defendant is admonished, you cannot argue things that were not admitted into evidence.
The prosecutor wasn't there. Law enforcement wasn't there. Only Brandon knows what happened before he called 911. Only Brandon said he will not stop. The fact that I supported Melanie in her time of need does not make me against Brandon. I had nothing to gain by Brandon being hurt.
Wrong.
Brandon has worked with law enforcement for almost 6 years to make sure that I pay a consequence.
I'm going to object to misstating the evidence.
Sustained. The jury will determine what the evidence did and did not show.
Your job is to determine if I committed a crime. This crime. A conspiracy, an agreement, not cleaning out a garage, but an agreement to commit murder. You did not see an agreement. You did not hear an agreement. You heard Detective Duncan say that he had spent hundreds of hours going over my iCloud accounts. They have 19 years of my accounts, text messages,
And I'm going to object to
calls.
misstates the evidence and no.
If there was an agreement,
Hold on. The objection sustained. The jury is reminded that they will determine what the evidence did and did not show. Go ahead.
if there was an agreement, they would have showed it to you. There is no agreement. We've all experienced tragedies in our lives, and naturally people want someone to blame, someone to pay a price. My brother is no longer here. We can't ask him about that day. There were things presented in this case that I did not know.
And I'm going to object again to testifying, Your Honor, and ask to strike.
Sustained.
I hate this one.
Things that I saw, I thought.
And again, I'm going to already ask to strike.
All right. The defendant cannot testify to things that were not testified to from the witness stand.
Because this is the theory the prosecutor wants you to see, it is limited. How can we say clearly when the law only allows for a skewed view of things? The devastation this family has gone through is the tragedy. After almost 6 years, it's time for healing.
Fuck's sake. Oh, God.
State wish to give a rebuttal, please.
Thank you.
Get her, Trina.
All right. The state has the burden to prove the defendant guilty, and since they have that burden, they have the right to open and close the argument. Go ahead.
The defendant wants you to think that Brandon has it out for her. She has tried to insinuate that Brandon was involved with working with Detective Pillar for years just to get her. But what you heard was that Brandon has actually been working with law enforcement on multiple investigations. And that in fact, Melanie Boudreaux is a subject of multiple investigations. So again, as the defendant sits up here and tries to portray and paint a picture for you of her innocence and sadness and family tragedy, she again misrepresents what was told to you at trial. She tells you there was no plan, but she ignores the facts and the evidence of a very obvious long plan. A plan that started when she began, this defendant, Lori Vallow, meddling in Melanie and Brandon's marriage. And when that marriage was finally ending, this defendant continued to help her niece, Melanie. She continued to aid her. And what we see in every one of these bits of evidence is a core group of people. This defendant, her brother Alex, Melanie Boudreaux, and Chad Daybel. The four of them working together. Do we need to have words, a video? No, we do not. That is why there is that jury instruction on direct and circumstantial evidence, because you look at what is going on here and it screams to you a conspiracy by this defendant, by Melanie Boudreaux, by Alex Cox, and by Chad Daybel to kill Brandon Boudreaux. Every action you see there, the defendant would like you to look at them individually and pretend that they don't all point to what happened on October 2nd. But everything they did leading up to then shows you a way to cover up and prepare for the murder of Brandon Boudreaux. When we talk about a plan and this defendant's actions, the most obvious and screaming piece of information is this defendant holding on to her brother's phone for days, holding on to the 480-351-9120 number for days while her brother is gone with her Jeep, without the rear tire, without the back seat, with a gun with him. That is part of the plan. That is the assisting, that is the promoting, that is the conspiracy that this defendant wants you to pretend doesn't exist. We don't need words. We have actions that are obvious, and they're done by this defendant and her co-conspirators. The state asks you to look at everything together, regardless of how many people want to cry up here, regardless of how many people want to try to testify. This is not evidence. What is evidence is what was presented to you in trial, and each piece of that tells you this defendant is guilty. And so I ask you to find her guilty of the conspiracy to commit murder against Brandon Boudreaux. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, the case is going to be submitted to you shortly, but first we're going to draw our alternate jurors. Again, we
how they do
have
this. I forget.
extra jurors just in case someone becomes sick or is unable to proceed. So we're going to call 3 alternate jurors. If you are an alternate juror, it may be disappointing to get to this stage in the trial and not be in the deliberation process, but I have in the past had to call back an alternate juror to come back in the jury room when a juror is unable to proceed. So the admonition would still apply to you until we call you and let you know that you're excused. If I don't see you again as far as an alternate, I want to thank you for participating in this process. We couldn't have done it without you. Now we're going to use our very scientific method and draw numbers out of a hat here.
3.
Juror 3, you're our first alternate. We're going to draw another.
16.
Oh, look at that cute little
16. Okay, and
box, I guess.
jurors 3, 7, and 16. 7. Okay. I'll come back and talk to you in a few moments before you go, but please, the admonition still applies. I have had to call alternates back. Again, I thank you for your service in this matter. We're going to swear in my staff, the staff that I have so far. My Jay is on vacation this week, so go ahead.
Do you swear that you will take charge of this jury and protect their deliberations from all outside interference and communication, and when they have reached a verdict, you will bring them back into court without revealing their verdict to anyone, so help you God? I do.
All right. The jury's excused at this time to begin their deliberations.
All right, so give me a second. I'll pull up the verdict. I just want to say, did you hear Trina how many times she called Melanie a co-conspirator? Oh, they're putting charges of her, and I bet like the next month or two. They got to go to the grand jury, but she said that a lot. A lot. That Melanie was a co-conspirator as well. So they gonna get her. They are gonna get her. The judge is amazing. See, I told you guys. It's night and day. Night and day. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. I know Trina's a little quiet, but she knows her stuff. And when she gets fired up, she hates Lori so much. As do all of us. And her stupid closing statement. Oh, God, she is the worst. Do you guys remember from Lori's Idaho trial? Where she gave, her statement for sentencing. And it was the most appalling statement I've ever heard by a defendant. It was gross and appalling. And I hate her. I hate her stupid face so much. Just be up there and be like, I don't know why all this happened, why my kids were missing and found chopped up and covered in duct tape in my new husband's yard. I don't know how that happened. It's so tragic, but I'm healing from it. Or how his wife, that he was still married to 3 weeks before you guys went and got married, and she died. It's just so tragic. And then her husband, Charles, he gets shot by her brother. That's so weird and so tragic. And let's not even get into Joe Ryan, Tylee's dad, because I think there's something up there. And her brother dying a couple weeks after her and Chad get married when they exhume Chad's dead wife's body. And he's conveniently dead the next day. Okay, sure. Sure, Lori. So sad. So sad. Yes, it was Lori. Well, they said Lori, Alex, Melanie, and Chad. I don't think they're going to charge Chad because that's just, there's no point. So I'm on the fence about Lori. That's right. She's a great person, you guys. Oh, that's true. That's true. I get that from Terry. All right, let's see. Oh, there we are. They're coming back. No. So, you guys, in case you're wondering how long it took the jury to come back, I believe it was like 15 minutes. So, I mean, they had to wait for everybody to get there, but I believe they said we have a verdict in like 15 minutes. So we'll take a look. Oh, it's still silent. Okay, maybe I needed to go a little further. Oh, duh, I have the timestamp right here. Dingus. 106. Oh, there they are. Getting up, sitting down. Excuse me. Do. Oh. Okay. She's a good person. You guys. She's the worst. Okay, I guess that wasn't it. Psych. Oh, there they go. They're all standing for the jury.
The jury is present. Everyone can be seated. We have a four-person. has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Will you hand the verdict to my courtroom assistant?
It's so hard. God, her stupid face.
All right, the clerk will read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-00-1242-001. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019, as follows. Guilty. Signed, foreperson. Are these your true verdicts, so say one and all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, on the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you at this time. I have one more legal issue I need to resolve before you can be released from the admonition. So please just hang tight in the jury room for what's hopefully a few minutes, and then we will let you know if we need your further service. So please retire to the jury room, and please, the admonition still applies.
All rise to the jury.
I don't know what they have to talk about. That's kind of weird. Oh, I do know. He's going to tell you. I do remember, because this happened with Charles Vallow too. Because there's actually a two-parter, I believe.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. And aggravation phase, we're prepared to proceed with. I'll ask the defendant. Yesterday, you indicated you didn't want to proceed with that and you would rather admit those aggravators. Is that still your desire?
I will still stipulate, Your Honor, even though I object to having an aggravator phase at all.
Okay, so the state has alleged this is a dangerous offense. Do you understand? And the state has also alleged that this particular crime that you've been found guilty of involved the use or of an accomplice. Is that the extent of the aggravators that you want to prove up?
To the jury, yes, that's all we were going to ask to do.
All right. So, Ms. Daybell, do you understand you have the right to have a jury decide whether or not those aggravators are proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do understand that.
And do you understand that by admitting those aggravators or stipulating to them that you'd be waiving your right to have a jury do that?
Correct.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two issues?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two factors?
No.
Are you waiving those factors of your own free will?
Yes.
The court finds and do you in fact stipulate that this was a dangerous offense?
I do stipulate to that fact.
And you also stipulate that this particular crime would have involved did involve the use of a presence or use of an accomplice?
I will stipulate to that fact as well.
The court finds those to be knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently entered into stipulation. The court will find that those do exist as a legal determination. I'll order a pre-sentence report be prepared on both cases.
Can I waive a pre-sentence report and try to move up sentencing?
No, we're going to have one prepared.
Computer says no.
Let me ask the state, as far as the state's presentation and how many people might speak at sentencing, do you have an estimated time?
Your Honor, 1 second.
What color green though, Holly? Oh my goodness. Be right back.
Your Honor, because we are sentencing both cases together at the same time to be safe, if we could block off a couple hours, because there are obviously next of kin and victims from both cases. It
All
may
right.
be less than that, but I think to be safe, we could do that.
All right, this courtroom is going to be taken over by Judge Myers in a week and a half, but he is out the whole week of July 28. So this courtroom would be vacant. We could use this courtroom.
Okay.
So I can do it pretty much any day that week.
Second, I think that,
Does it have to be within 30 days? Your Honor, is that more than 30 days? Doesn't it have to be within 30 days?
It is more than 30 days.
I said it's like trial, like you can object to the past 30 days, but they can find extra.
and I think because we do have people flying in, they would prefer a Friday. I don't know if August 1st.
I can also do it Friday, July 25th.
Just say it.
25th.
And we will be watching this
Let me just make sure they're.
sentencing hearing on July 25th, by the way. Even though we know it's probably going to be life, but still, we'll say our farewells. Right, enjoy lockup. Okay. Let's see.
Your Honor, the 25th of July would also work.
All right. Does the defendant want to be heard on a sentencing date?
Do I want to be heard?
On a sentencing date, yeah.
Do I want to speak on sentencing day?
No,
Is that
no,
what
I
you're
meant,
asking me?
do you want to be heard on what
The
date?
timing?
Yeah, what date I should set this for?
Yes, I would like it to be within 30 days if possible.
All right.
Oh, it's on my calendar, girl.
The soonest available is July 25th. I'll set it from 9 a.m. to noon, just to be safe, on July 25th in this same courtroom. Anything else?
Well,
Can
that
you do anything about the timing of me being transported after that?
Actually, I would like the county attorney and or the sheriff's office. I don't know if I need to make specific orders on the record regarding transferring back to Idaho. I don't know what the interstate agreement was on having her transported here.
It was immediately after, but I think they have up to 30 days to pick me up. That's why I wanted the sentencing to be moved up, because they still have 30 days after that.
Okay.
If there's
so
something you can do about that.
I guess what I'm requesting from any party, either side or the sheriff's office, is what particular language people are looking for in order to accomplish that transfer.
I will reach out to our extraditions.
All right. All right. So we will be at recess. All right. Thank you.
All right. So we've concluded the other Lori Daybell trial. Would she be in lockup with Jodi Arias if she stayed in Arizona? Possibly, potentially. But she is going back to Idaho. And I'm just assuming because she's serving 3 life sentences there, that they're probably just going to keep her there. I imagine. I don't know what the limits are for the charges with Charles and with Brandon. I'm going to go with they're probably lifers as well, but she ain't going nowhere. Oh, she's the worst. The worst. She does still think she's in control, right? She pulled a very, can I speak to the manager about what time they're going to come and pick me up and take me back to Idaho? I mean, come on. Come on. That's crazy. Oh, well, you know, guys, I'm glad we did spend time watching this today, and I will be showing the sentencing. I don't know why he scheduled like 3 hours. Oh, probably for victim impact statements, maybe. But even then, 3 hours is a long time. We'll get to see Trina again being like, let's lock this B up. What was the other thing? I don't remember. So next week, I don't know what our plans are for a couch court next week. We got some planning to do this weekend. I'll just let you know. I will still be here Monday at 8:30 a.m. So maybe it'll be a surprise. I don't know. You'll see thumbnails, I'm sure, of whatever we decide. So make sure you're subscribed, hit the notification bell, so that way you know when we're going to be live next week. You used to have a Jeep that was puke green, enchilada colored. I love that, John. Now, you guys stick around, okay? Because we're going to portal you through a safe portal, not a Lori Daybell portal. But in about 10 minutes, I'm going to be doing couch confessions with Lady in Gray. And she's going to tell us about her own personal jury experience. So hold on to your butts because you're going to get portaled over there, and we will be starting in about 10 minutes. If I don't see you there, you guys, thank you so much for being here today. I'm looking forward to next week and hanging out. And until next time, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.